Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Djuma Dam Cam on Escape to Nature. I thought let us start with some general game because I do not think we give these animals enough credit. We've got a beautiful harem of zebras as well as a beautiful bachelor herd of impalas. So yes, hoping we see a lot of beautiful things today, but from what I learned yesterday, no expectations, and hopefully we will see a lot of amazing things today on Escape to Nature. My name is Lisa, and I am your waterhole naturalist on Escape to Nature. And of course, we've got Okukoyo, the Djuma Dam Cam, as well as Mashatu, and then hopefully we'll be able to visit our other locations as well today. But yes, I am absolutely excited for today, and I hope you are too. Shame you can just see this poor young impala ram is being, it looks like harassed by the oxpeckers, but of course, he doesn't mind it. He's being cleaned for the day, becoming pretty for the ladies, and hopefully impressive for his contenders. But yes, what an absolutely amazing way to start our day. Ruth, good morning, and thank you for getting in touch with us. I too am excited to be starting our morning with nature. It really is. Last night when I got home, I actually thought about, the title Escape to Nature, and it's so cool because this really, I don't know about you guys, but this really is an escape. It's therapy for me. So thank you so much for agreeing with me and getting in touch with us. And of course, just like Ruth, you are welcome throughout the day on Sunrise Safari, as you all know, on Escape to Nature, Penguin Beach, Sunset Safari. Please do send us your questions and your comments. We really love hearing from you. Tell me what you would like to see today, what you would like to learn about today. And yes, just really anything you would like to chat about, because this is your safari. And of course, we are live and interactive. Oh, but what a beautiful sunny day here in Djuma. And speaking of which, let's see what the weather will be like in our other locations as well. Oh, and I am so excited. Just for today, I'm really still crossing all my fingers and all my toes. Just to see a baby animal. I have not yet seen my first baby animal. I know the first impala lamb or lambs have been spotted. But how amazing would it be today if we see a baby? I mean, I wouldn't cry too hard if we see a birth. I'll be fine with that. But of course, we're never picky. We appreciate everything and anything Mother Nature throws at us. No, wait, zebra. Wait for us. There you are, you beautiful animal. Patrick, you would like to know why some zebras have brown stripes. So what we are currently looking at is the plain zebra. So these zebras actually have that faint grayish or brown stripe in between them as well. between their black and white. And as you can see, their stripes cover their whole belly. So that is why they have those stripes. Whereas with the Cape Mountain zebra, they'll just have the black and white stripes. And wait for us. Sheesh, the zebra's in a hurry. Wait, guy. Goodness. Imagine that, us having to keep up with a zebra this early in the morning. But yes, that is why they will have that. And your Cape Mountain zebra will just have the black and white. But here in this region, and most commonly actually is what you'll see. This one is the plains zebra. And of course, very, very photogenic animals, but also just very fascinating animals. When you observe them just like this, that swishing of the tail, of course, is for the parasites, the ticks, the flies, anything that, woo, what's wrong? Just want to see what happened there. And we've also got some waterbuck here around camp. But they are just moving out of frame for us now. So let us take a look-see and see what else is around the water hole. And as always, our Egyptian geese are very, very vocal this early already. I love it. They're always just announcing their presence. Ooh, we've got a Nyala bull as well joining the party. Good morning. I love them. They are so, so beautiful. Honestly, it's one of my favorite antelope is in Nyala, but specifically the bulls. Just that shaggy look they have about them. The very, very obvious sexual dimorphism, because with a lot of animals, you know, it's kind of difficult to tell between male and female, like wildebeest, for instance. But with Nyala, apart from the horns, it is so, so obvious. There's a massive, massive difference with the color, the look. As you can see, this beautiful bull is very, very shaggy, as opposed to the ladies being very, very shiny. They don't have the beards and all of that, but they do also share the stripe pattern. And Nyala is actually, it translates to a Shangaan word which means onion. And it is because of the white stripes they have on them that refers to like the white onion rings. Oh, you're so pretty, boy. And you can also see he's got some mud on his horns. What an awesome animal.
Have you ever wondered what happens behind the safari?
And jump!
Living in the wild can affect you,
It's the smell that...
and things don't always go as planned.
I'm gonna start coming down. Whoa!
Download the Wild Earth app and join the crew behind the scenes. Wild Earth, it's in your
There seems to be another one just behind that bush, close to that impala. So again, when you look at all of these animals, the zebras, the nyalas, impalas, they have these massive ears and huge nostrils, but their eyes are not that big. So that is generally also a good indication, that animal must rely on its smell and its hearing as opposed to its eyes, because of course they can see well, but not as well as a lion, for instance. So that is why you'll always see them on alert, vigilant, always making sure. If they hear something that they're not sure of, they'll always stop what they are doing. And apart from the alarm calls before they've actually confirmed that something is wrong, generally if you see animals, just staring in one direction, not doing anything, not regurgitating, not moving, then generally that's a good indication that something might be wrong. Oh, look how pretty you are. You can see it's a much younger bull than the other one. And of course that is generally also with a lot of antelope. Also a good indication, to age. The older they become, the more their horns will grow and the bigger their horns will be and more impressive, of course. Kudu is of course having, for me personally, the most impressive horns of the antelope, as well as the gemsbok or the oryx. They are also very, very impressive, but I like the nyalas. Ooh, well, I'm sure many of you have heard of our new naturalist, Kevin, all the way in Madikwe. And apparently he's got my favorite animal to show all of you. So let's go over to Madikwe.
Madikwe Game Reserve, we are looking at red elephants against the green grass. As again, good morning again everybody. It's my pleasure to be your naturalist on this Escape to Nature segment on Wild Earth. Behind the camera we've got BK. BK, very good morning to you as well. Now, we were basically just coming down the road when we bumped these two young elephant bulls. And look at that contrast. You've got that white road, white-colored road with the green grass. And these elephants have definitely been wallowing in some red soil. So yeah, red elephants, green grass and the white road. How stunning is that picture? Hi John, thanks for your question. John, I am stumped. I have truly, honestly, never had the question before. Right, so I need you to give me some suggestions here. I will definitely do some research on it and try and find out, but I've certainly never came across it in any guidebook. Now, let's use this as a perfect opportunity. Everyone, throw your comments in there. I need some assistance here. What do you think? An elephant's ear. What does it weigh? And let's say we talk about a mature elephant bull, for example, that can weigh up to 6 tons. So that is our benchmark. A mature elephant bull. What does the ear weigh? And then, John, I promise you, I will try and get back to you on that very interesting question. Yeah, let's quickly, everybody, I'm gonna just quickly move down the road so we can continue spending some time with these two elephant bulls. Bear with me, let's start up and just move a little bit forward. As you probably already know, we've had a lot of rain in Madikwe over the past 3 days. Luckily it's stopped now. But there's still a lot of roads that's unfortunately not passable. All right, let's try and reposition like this. Are you okay in that position, PK? Forward, reverse, there we go. And a little bit forward maybe, BK? You happy? Right, let's switch off there, we're framing up again. You can already see a lot of ear flapping going on there. It is now 8:45 here in South Africa, and the forecast for today was the weather's gonna, the max temperature, we're gonna be round about the 30 degrees Celsius. Ever sweat? Rob, morning. No, elephants don't sweat. They haven't got any sweat glands, and that is a reason why they actually love wallowing in mud. That cools them off. So unlike humans, for instance, where we can dissipate the sweat and that actually cools the body, they can't. They love mud wallowing, they love swimming, and of course then ear flapping like you saw there. And that is all mechanisms for them to cool off. These big boys have now moved into this block. These big boys have moved off into the block. I think we're just going to sit a little bit longer just to see if they don't reappear, and if they don't, we're definitely going to find something else that we can look at. For the time being, we're going to see if we can find these two elephants again. For the time being, let's head over to Lisa.
Thank you so much, Kevin, and welcome. You are doing great so far. And how lucky are you to start with Ellie's? Right now I'm at Kuyo, and as always, we've got the general game coming around. But just look at these beautiful kudu bulls. We were just discussing them at Juma, And I was just saying, you know, how impressive their horns are. And they truly are so beautiful. Just look at that. Oh, it's one of my favorite antelopes, these. What an absolutely beautiful, peaceful and serene morning. And I always say that here at Okukoya, but it really is the truth. It's just such a peaceful location. Raymond, you would like to know what antelopes can survive in the desert, if I'm not mistaken. So, your kudu, well no, not really your kudu, because they are browsers. But your oryx antelope, the ones we see with the beautiful straight horns. Funny enough, I have not yet seen them this morning, and they are usually first to the scene as well. And then these beautiful antelopes we see here in front, the springbok. And I'm just trying to think what else. But those are your two prominent flagship species for that sort of area. But again, you know, it's incredible that all of these animals do survive here. So of course at the back you can see a beautiful tree line. People often worry that the animals here in Okukoya don't have food. Don't worry, there is plentiful food for them here. And often, you know, especially the elephants as well, when they do arrive at the water hole, you can see they're very excited to get to the water for swimming, obviously. And then, of course, for drinking. And then I always think, what have you guys been eating? Where did you go? What have you been doing? But again, animals adapt when they need to. Just like lions, I think we spoke about this yesterday or the day before as well, the Kalahari lions. Like, if I was a lion, I would not live in the desert. That is probably the last place I would want to live. And yet the animals, you know, do survive. The Kalahari lions do survive and adapt in the manners that they need to. So it's really incredible. Just in general, when you look at all of these animals, how they make do, how they survive. Just absolutely beautiful. All of these animals, the wildebeest, the springbok. But as I say, not to be biased, but I really do enjoy these two kudu bulls. They are just absolutely stunning. And it's not uncommon, but more often than not you'll see a couple of female kudus with perhaps a young male. Bulls like these are really, really so impressive. You'll often see, especially I've seen South Africans, you know, when they go on safari and they do see kudus like this, they photograph them to the max because this is really, really impressive. And in South Africa, we often refer to the turns or the spiral turns in their horns. You know, the more they have, the more impressive they are. So, always so special to see the Mickey Mouse antelope, as I call them. So with a kudu, I always say, well, with an antelope, I always say the kudu is the Mickey Mouse antelope. And then with wild dogs, they are the Mickey Mouse carnivores. And then with rhinos, the black rhino is the Mickey Mouse rhino. Just because they've got the more rounder ears. But that is not, please don't go Google that. That is, or research that or call me out on that. That is just a personal reference I've used since I was a little girl going on safari. Good morning, wildebeesties. So lovely of you to join us. Whoa, and you can see a couple of pregnant females. I'm so excited. I literally become a child at Christmas when it comes to summer and the babies and the flowers and just everything about summer. But as you can see, specifically the one wildebeest second to the left, that's directly facing us. You can see she's very, I'm not going to call her fat, but very round. Samuel, you would like to know how zebras recognize each other. So predominantly for most animals, it's by smell. Animals are very, locked in with their senses. So, the pheromones and everything that they pick up is just insane. But then also it could be stripe pattern, because when a baby zebra is born, the mother actually, constantly moves and stand in front of the foal for a couple of days. And that baby will actually imprint on its mother's stripe pattern and know which one is her. Which, if you think about it, is ridiculous. That just breaks my brain, because to us, if zebras stand together, hopefully, there'll be a couple later today coming for water as they do. And, when there's just 4 zebras next to each other, it's already confusing to our eyes. But if you think about it, they don't even see as perfectly as we do, and yet they do recognize one another. They do know which one is part of their harem and group. The baby knows which one is its mother. So yes, it is stripe pattern, but it's mostly, like with most animals, it's all about smell communication. Because of course animals have a Jacobson's organ in the roof of their mouth, and that communicates so many things to them. Whether a female is ready for mating, whether there's another animal, in your territory, not necessarily for zebra, but for instance with rhinos. So it's all about the smell. Amy, so wildebeests are pregnant for 8 months, and they will give birth generally to 1 calf, but of course twins have been recorded. But yes, most of these animals that we see are not over a year long. Zebras are exactly a year long. The wildebeest are 8 months. Kudus are 10 months if I'm not mistaken. But none of them have it as, I don't want to say as bad, but as challenging as the elephants, of course. Elephants are pregnant for 22 months, which is quite a while. Even giraffes is quite lengthy. They are for 440 days. Rhinos are for 15 months. I remember when my one sister was pregnant, the year to the end, she got very uncomfortable and she really just wanted her daughter to arrive. And the one day I made a mistake in telling her, at least you're not an elephant. It could have been 22 months, but it's a miracle I was not disowned that day, because the look I got from her was not very friendly. And of course, here on Escape to Nature, we are all about just embracing the sounds and the noises and everything that nature provides us as well. Just sometimes taking a moment of silence, just listening to everything. observing everything, just getting in touch with our senses and with nature, of course, just losing ourselves, escaping to nature. Right on cue, kudus. This is what I was just referring to. Generally, this is how you'll see kudus. A couple of cows and then a young male in between, which will not have, gone into its prime yet to challenge other males, to start mating with females. This is generally how you'll see kudus. So to see two impressive bulls like we just did is really, really cool. I apologize for the lesser spotted Homo sapiens in the background. They are just part of conservation management and reserve management. Just making sure all of the animals are alright. Of course, we do have rhinos out here. And we actually spoke about this yesterday. How sad that, we've come to a point in our life that we literally have to check up on animals to make sure they are still safe. They have not, faced any humans, I almost want to say, and have had to escape any humans. So those people are just making sure all of the animals are alright. And of course checking for fires as well. A lot of reserves and parks will sometimes get unplanned fires if they have not yet had sufficient rain to sort of moisten the soil. There's a younger bull coming down now. But this is why I say, it was so cool to see those stunning, beautiful bulls, because you don't see them all that often. And of course, with kudus being browsers as well, they are generally more skittish animals as well. They camouflage very well, even to our eyes. And they are browsers, which means generally they are deeper into the bush, getting their salad, feeding deeper into the bush. Thus you don't see them as often as you would, for instance, impalas. Heather, you would like to know if kudus live in groups? Yes, they do. But as I say, generally you'll see females like this with a younger male amongst them, which would generally be a offspring from one of the cows. But yes, definitely they live in groups. But as I said, your impressive bulls like those other two, generally you'll see them in bachelor groups. But definitely most of these animals tend to live in groups. And again, we don't know if this is a subconscious thing, is it an accidental or coincidental thing, or is it actually on purpose? Do they realize that there's a safety in numbers factor? Digging in the animals' brains is what I would love to do. Just, sort of figuring out why it is what they do. Is it just because they were, taught that, it's been passed on for hundreds of thousands of generations, or is it just an instinctive thing? And I'm wondering if we will see our rhinos again today. Yesterday we did see one, and then later the evening we saw a couple more. But it's odd with the black rhinos here in Okokoyo. They tend to come, as soon as the sun has set. But yesterday they surprised us early, so hopefully today we will get to see some more. I cannot remember when last I saw black rhino in real life. I think it's probably been a good 10 years. So, as I've mentioned many a times, I'm really looking forward to visiting Ukokoya myself one of these days as well. I did promise myself that'll happen within the next year, so when I'm on my way, I will let all of you know. And as always, I'm keeping a close eye on this tree. I'm really just wanting to see a big bird of prey. Doesn't have to be in Ukokoya. It will be great if it does happen to be here. Of course, birding season in this area is generally from November to March. But it can be in any of our other locations as well. I'm not fussy. Happy with anything and everything. Just want to show you something that I know it's here, but yesterday I paid real close attention to it purely because the rhino was in that area. Let me just scooch over a wee bit. You can actually see the beautiful outlay of a game path coming through here. That beautiful little road in the rocks, that is what we refer to as a game path. So you can see the soil over here is a bit more disturbed as opposed to, the other areas. So this is interestingly enough, just fell over my own tongue this early in the morning. Can you believe it? So this is generally an area where animals will come to sort of roll around like zebras when they are dust bathing, or wildebeest when they are marking their area, or even rhinos. So when they are scraping their legs, sort of just marking their territory. Often you will see rhinos when they've defecated. They will actually defecate, get all of that dung on their legs, and then they will walk by spreading their scent in the process as well.
Did you see that incredible sighting with Lauren and the wild dogs? Oh, and on the Sunset Show yesterday, Tessa saw my ribs. Are you someone who only has time for the best bits? Well, we have some great news for you.
It's absolutely amazing.
Download the Wild Earth app today and you can watch the best highlights from each safari show.
Look at this!
Every single day.
Look at how fascinating this is.
Wild Earth. It's nature.
Yes, definitely. So you can see they are definitely, enjoying the leaves, of course, the shade as well. It is a little bit hot, so they will, of course, enjoy the shade, save their energy as much as they can. But yeah, you can actually have a better look now at the tree line. You can see it's quite vast and I almost want to say lush and deep. So I remember the first time when I saw the Ukokoyo location, I thought, goodness, how do these animals live here? But they do, and they adapt, and they've got more than enough food, of course, more than enough water. So it truly is such a magical location, this, because I think it's not what you expect when you think of Africa. For me, at least, I don't know about any of you, but when I think of Africa, this is most certainly not the picture I have in mind. And again, now you can't even see the kudus. If you didn't see them moving into that little tree line, you would have no idea that they are there. And again, it's interesting because we haven't, since I've been with Wild Earth, which is about 2 months now, if I'm not mistaken. When I started, generally elephant sightings happened every day at Ukokoyo and even at Mashatu. But nowadays we are seeing, they either come once a day, sometimes they don't come at all in a day, which is interesting. But because of the season, we can say that perhaps there's another water hole, at least a puddle that's filled up a little bit for the animals to, of course, rely on. They don't have to travel that vastly to get to a proper water hole. So this is what I was referring to with zebras. I don't know about you, and I don't know if it's just my eyes that are not so tuned into the dazzles of the zebras, but this to me is confusing. Yes, you can see each individual, but if you quickly look, you wouldn't know how many zebras there are. If you stop, take a look at them, count, this whole harem, then sure you will see. So it's utterly impressive, that animals can still distinguish amongst each other. But of course, when there is a predator around, they will all stand together. They'll make sure the little ones and the foals and the teenagers are right in the middle, because then they camouflage better. But yes, as beautiful as this is, I think it can be rather confusing, especially if you blink a couple of times very fast. Jojo, you are 7 years old. Thank you so much for sending in your question. That means a lot to me. You would like to know, do zebras have white teeth? Yes, they are very, very clever. They brush their teeth every morning and every evening. So they take care of their teeth really well. No, not at all. They don't brush teeth. How funny would that be? But often, when animals do use that Jacobson's organ that I was referring to earlier on, it looks like they are smiling for a picture. So yes, of course, depending on the age and the condition of the zebras, yes, for the most part, they do have white teeth from what I know. But of course, it does wear down with age. But zebras actually, very interestingly enough, have an extra set of teeth, or extra pair of teeth, I should say, that are called tushers, which is very sharp, and they actually bite each other with that. And people often ask, okay, well, why don't they bite predators then? But I think if you're a zebra and you get that close to a predator, your chances are pretty much over. So that is why they kick when they try to defend themselves against predators. But yes, from the most part, or for the most part, they do have white teeth. Yes, Jojo. Joyce, good morning. We've got a Jojo and a Joyce. You would like to know, how do zebras pick a leader? So like most other animals, of course, with elephants, it's believed that it's generally the eldest and the biggest female, but even that hypothesis I found not to be true in my personal experience. But with a lot of other animals like zebras, like impalas, it's generally all about dominance. So males, in this case stallions, will challenge one another, and they literally fight. They get very, very vicious with one another. As I mentioned, they do in the process then also bite each other. But yes, it's really, at the end of the day, it'll all be about surrendering. So the strongest or the most impressive contender then will be the dominant one, and he will then pick out a harem for himself. So they do form harems in terms of their social structure, which means one male, a couple of females. And interestingly enough, with zebras, there's like a first wife, a second wife, a third wife. So he's got all of these mares or all of these females. But then even within that, they have hierarchy amongst each other. What a beautiful day here in Okokweyo. It's always nice when you look far away and you can actually see the beautiful contrast between the sky, the water, and everything else around it, of course. Because generally here in Okokweyo it tends to be a bit, I don't know, generally for me it tends to be a bit grey. But I love it when the sky is this clear, this blue. Just absolutely beautiful. But as always, I will keep an eye on Okokweyo and see what's happening here. But in the meantime, I see some more pajama donkeys in Djuma. So let's head on over to Djuma. Just look at them. Of course, it is heating up now for the day, so the animals do tend to, move a bit more into the bush where there's more shade for them. They can conserve their energy, because out here, when you think about it, it is all about conserving energy. Especially if you're an animal that could potentially fall prey to a predator. You don't want to be exhausted when you have to run away from a lion. That's not going to be your best day. So you can see slowly moving off into the shade, of course, feeding while they do so, just so that they can still sustain their energy by getting in those nutrients. But then generally they'll move deeper and deeper into the bush, and then occasionally come to the water as well if they are still nearby. And then, ooh, hello. What happened? Oh, just look at this fluffy one. Just want to have a look-see, but I do not think that would have been a predator that scared them off, because you would immediately see they wouldn't just run away and stop there. They will definitely, if they were scared of something in there, they will take off and mean it. And also there were no alarm calls. It's just a bit of bickering amongst themselves. As I mentioned earlier, within a harem you do have hierarchies amongst the mares as well, or the females. And often every now and again, as women, we do throw tantrums. So then they will just have a quick disagreement and then carry on with their lives. Oh, this one female turned around. No. Just wanted to show you how pregnant she is. She is very, very heavily pregnant. She's now behind the bush, but I'm sure, hopefully some of you saw that. She is very, very round. Let's just see, maybe we can see from this angle. But yes, generally from the back or from the front, directly you can see that they are literally bulging on the sides, and often you will also see the veins protruding on their stomachs. So this is also a very good indication of the temperature, I would say. Not even the weather, the temperature. You can see this goose is literally sitting with its mouth open. So that is a way for them to also just get rid of some heat. Almost like a dog panting as well. Like the wild dogs, for instance. Often you'll see them panting, getting rid of the heat. So it's the same with birds. Often you'll see them sitting with their beaks open or their bills open. And that is also an indication of how hot it might be in that location. There you can of course see the rest of the impalas as well, also just huddling for some shade, making sure they stay cool. It's the same like us. I mean, if you are not actively in a pool or swimming or cooling off under an aircon, you will do as much as you can, just sort of sit in the shade as opposed to sitting in the sun. Because of course, the sun does exhaust you. It extracts a lot of your energy when you are in direct sunlight and not constantly either eating, getting nutrients and vitamins and everything, staying hydrated with water or with fluids. You immediately get exhausted. And of course, as always, they are very fortunate being able to regurgitate their food, getting as much nutrients as possible. Therefore, they don't constantly have to keep moving and eating like elephants, for instance. Of course, elephants don't have this ability. So they constantly have to sort of get their food, eat, build their energy. And sadly, they lose a lot of those nutrients because they don't have a good digestive system. Just want to see what else is around the waterhole here at Gowrie Dam. Ooh. Good morning, Pumbaa. I've not seen a warthog in quite some time. Then of course the female Inyalas, just there in the top left corner. And our warthog has now also gone deeper into the shade. So while I look for the animals, while they try to hide from us here in the bushes, in the shade, I'm going to send you over to Kevin, who is in Madikwe.
From Lisa with zebras to me and BK escaping into nature here in Madikwe. And we are sitting at this large expanse of water called Chikudu Dam. I'm not sure if some of you possibly watched the sunset safari yesterday afternoon. We quickly popped in here as well. Say about a week ago, the dam wasn't empty, but it was very shallow. Now look at it after 150 millimeters of rain. And you know what? This is Escape to Nature. We're going to sit here, maybe do some birding, see what comes to drink. And basically just enjoying this lovely, lovely scenery. Comments and questions, please feel free. Let's have a chat. BK, you reckon that might be a spoonbill out there in the distance. Because where I'm looking, you see here, if you go, you see where that little island inlet is. Basically, there we go, you've picked it up already. That white dot, thanks PK. Let's have a look what that is. Just waiting for it to lift its head a little bit. I'm very certain it's African spoonbill. And then it might be a yellow-billed stork as well. So come on, play along, show us yourself. Victoria, certainly it does. Very dramatic landscapes out here. And you know, we are bordering right here, almost on the border of Botswana, right over in the western side of South Africa. So basically straight across from Mpumalanga province, where Djuma, for instance, are situated. So we are right on the opposite side of the country, much more arid, and yeah, you've got these rocky outcrops and right on the edge of the Kalahari, so it does make for very dramatic landscapes. Very scenic, I agree with you, Victoria. Everyone, I'm very certain that is an African spoonbill. Hi Christina, thank you for watching. And thank you for joining us on this beautiful summer's morning. To answer your question, you will predominantly find water birds, waders, kingfishers, every type of bird, so which you can call it its main food source, has got something to do with water, can I say. So let's look at that spoonbill out there. Its head is up. Let me quickly have a look, Christina. Yes, it is a spoonbill. So yes, so birds that will eat fish, African fish eagles, birds that wade, like your spoonbill, wading through the shallows, looking for crustaceans, small invertebrates, and amphibians. Then you've got all your darters, the ones with the very pointy beaks to actually stab fish. There are some algae eaters like flamingos. So basically all that family of birds that is dependent on a water environment as their food source. You'll find them all around permanent water like this. I see some clouds building up here, BK. I hope we're not in for another shower this afternoon. And that is normally where the weather comes from in Madikwe. We are facing due west as we look at it. And that's normally predominantly where most of our rain comes from. So we do need the rain, but fingers crossed that we don't have any interruptions during the course of today and this afternoon. Have we had any suggestions, anybody, on the previous question of how much does an elephant ear weigh? Was there any thoughts there? Help me out. I was thinking about it on the way here, and this is purely a guess, purely a guess, and I would say 80 kilograms each, there and thereabout. But as I say, that is purely me taking a point at it. Oh, some suggestions. Let's hear. Hi, Stefan. Yes, Min, I think it's possible. I would like, let us know if you maybe researched or read it somewhere. Yes, I would certainly say around about the 100 kg mark. Give or take a few kilograms this way, that way. I think it must be very, very close, Stefan. Yeah, I think your suggestion is right up there. We're going to remain right here, see what happens. In the meanwhile, let's head back to Lisa and Ukukuyu.
Welcome back to Ukukuyu. And as always, I'm watching the beautiful animals here. Of course, we've got some wildebeest, springbok, even an impala that came to say good morning. Just give me a sec. I'm going to get us a closer look just now. Ooh, a couple of impalas, and there is our beautiful oryx that we were talking about. What is that? What are you, animal? My apologies, I just interrupted myself. What is this? Ooh, it's a jackal! Yes! I have been seeing or wanting to see a jackal for quite some time. My apologies if you are now deaf. I've not seen one in weeks. So I'm so happy that they are still actually out here. And it seems to be a black-backed jackal. It does make it a little bit tricky, of course, with this landscape that we are looking at. It's always funny to see the reaction from other animals.
If you aren't an explorer yet, here's a sneak peek at what you're missing. The amazing weekly newsletter. We handpick the best animal moments of the week, our most interesting question that we received, hilarious unseen behind the scenes content, and exclusive previews of upcoming Wild Earth ventures. This is all packaged and personally delivered to your inbox with love from Wild Earth. Sign up and let us spoil you every week.
And it is still around. Again, you know, if we didn't know where it was, you would never really see it. Unless you're paying close attention to each and every spot here in Ukokoyo. Don't you have a wife with puppies? Please. You see, now I'm getting greedy. Golden rule is never to get greedy. But that just shows us how many things we overlook in a day. And not just here in Ukokoyo with this tricky landscape that we have and the topography and the geology and everything. It's all of our locations. A place like Djuma, I think we overlook at least one leopard a day on the dam cam alone, because you never know what's lying in a bush, under a bush, just behind a bush. And with jackals, of course, as I said, they are mostly scavengers. If they do have puppies, I'm sure many of you have seen our recent puppies on the Sunset and Sunrise Safari. But if they do in fact have puppies, you know, they will go out scavenge, hunt if they need to, because they can in fact hunt if they need to. And then when they get home, the puppies will bite their necks and they can actually regurgitate that meat for the little ones. Just like with wild dogs and hyenas. Evelyn or Evelyn, you would like to know what adaptations do jackals have? I'm just trying to think now. But of course they are part of the dog family, and my guess would be, and this is purely guessing, this is not something I've read or researched, but I'm thinking, you know, sometimes it's good to sort of just rack our own brains as well, not just go according to the book. But my guess would be, you know, of course, being part of the dog family, they, you know, in olden days, like the wolves, for instance, they used to hunt. They predominantly just hunt. And the fact that jackals are omnivores, that would tell me that's definitely probably an adaptation. You know, now eating fruit as well and stuff like that. That would be my guess, but again, this is not an informed answer I'm giving you. That would just be me sort of guessing. Yes, that's not going to work. I was trying to get a closer look at our jackal. But yes, I would guess that. And then, of course, you know, they are able to hunt for themselves as well. They are monogamous from what we've seen and observed with jackals over the years. So generally they mate for life, and interestingly enough, I've seen jackals that different pairs have actually sort of mate up, and then they will hunt together, specifically now in the season that we are heading into. They will sort of target the baby animals. Oh, jackal. That's alright, at least we got to see it. That truly made my day. Truly, truly, truly made my day. Let's just have a look-see and see who else is coming to the water. And of course, jackals are very prone to rabies as well. In fact, a lot of the times in South Africa, it is much more under control now. But, often if farmers find jackals on their farms, they would sort of trap them and release them elsewhere. Because, as I say, they do have the ability to hunt for themselves. So, lambs and stuff like that, often they will take them out. Just like in other countries, I know foxes are also a problem, on cattle farms and stuff like that. But they are awesome creatures. It's one of my favorite animals is a jackal. Not my ultimate favorite, but one of them definitely. And I love the vocalization that they make. Specifically when you see them out like in an open area and you can see them calling either their partner or other jackals. Because they will sometimes alert one another as well about a kill. Let's say there's a lion that made a kill. Often I've seen jackals actually calling other jackals as well, specifically when the predators are still there. Not always. Again, this is not the rule of thumb. Sometimes they will keep quiet, keep the kill for themselves. But from my personal perspective, I would say that would be to sort of, get another jackal into trouble. Because if there's more jackals, your chances of getting attacked by a lion could perhaps be less. Koyo is the place to be today. And a lot of people with that jackal sighting now that we had, would say, okay, well, that is also a very popular belief under people, that if you see them during the daylight, they must have rabies. That is not at all the case. Jackals are not predominantly nocturnal. They are, from what we've learned, crepuscular like lions, so active mostly dusk and dawn. But that being said, you can see them active any time of the day. It's not, they don't have an alarm or something, or a curfew or anything like that. So when you see them during the day, it is normal. I'm honestly so happy. I can't believe a jackal made my day, but it truly is so cool seeing them, especially since we haven't seen them for quite some time on Escape to Nature, at least to my knowledge. And specifically in the area we just saw it, it was very well hidden, very well camouflaged. So it just shows you how many things are we actually overlooking in a day. That if they don't move or we are not live with that location at the time, we may have missed something. Because even though You know, I myself am monitoring or trying to monitor all of the water holes as best I can. I think we do miss something every now and again, which is quite exhilarating. It's sad, but it's exhilarating because that just makes me want it so much more and keep an eye out so much more. And again, if you do hear some people, it is part of the conservation management. You know, as people, or as humans I should say, living amongst animals and living in peace and harmony, we do sort of have to bounce off of each other, and that's always, you know, just blown my mind. Animals just adapt to us so easily. If you look at all of the national parks, and not just in South Africa. I remember I was in the Smoky Mountains. The Smoky Mountains, and I saw my very first black bears there, mother with a cub and everything. And it was so interesting how these bears just knew how to maneuver, you know, amongst the cars, amongst people, obviously not people on foot. And again, you know, that just shows you, and that is such an admirable quality for me personally about animals, is that they just adapt in any situation or under any circumstances. And that is definitely something we have to learn from them as well. And by doing so, you know, try to coexist as much as we can. But they do wonderful work here at Ukokoyo. Of course, just making sure all of the animals are alright. Of course, we've got our wonderful camera here to be able to observe the animals in their natural habitat. Just like the leopards as well. But just like the leopards as well, that make use of vehicles, you know, to sort of disguise their sound and their smell, and they use the vehicles to actually hunt or sort of camouflage or hide themselves. Alexandra, you would like to know what animals have the best hearing. And please feel free, anyone, if you're out there and you're listening, to correct me. I think to some extent, all animals have excellent hearing. But something like a wild dog, for instance, I know they have brilliant hearing. Because, of course, they can hear their pack members, they can hear when something's in the bush from very, very far away. But again, that is just my personal experience and from what I've learned about them. Of course, elephants as well. Elephants have really, really good hearing. Of course, they do not just rely on their hearing as such when they are communicating amongst each other, but also go on the vibrations when they are rumbling. They can feel that through the soil. But please, if you have another answer, do let me know what you think. I would love to hear from all of you. Just literally checking every rock now, every corner, around every tree. That jackal intrigued me so much now. Because I know for a fact we are definitely missing at least one animal a day. In all of our locations, not just Ukokoyo, which of course is the tricky one. I think at all of our locations, even Mashatu. Brandon, you are 10 years old and you would like to know how much food does a springbok eat? So I mean, that's a very vague question, just purely because they are ruminants. So they are able to regurgitate their food. It's not like a rhino or an elephant where we know, okay, well, they have to eat, like with rhinos, they have to eat at least 100 kgs, or with elephants, they have to eat at least this amount. It really depends, because of the fact that they are ruminants. But that of course does assist them, but as you can see, it is a very water dependent animal. They drink a lot of water. We can always see the water. The springbok here at the water in Ukokoyo. But yes, it's so incredible just to see these different species come to the water, leave the water, come to the water, leave the water. Oh, I truly do love this location. It is so odd, so random. Just hear the little grebes. Sounds like a smoke alarm or something going off. Imitated by a chipmunk or something, I'm not sure. It's a very, very cute call, the little grebes. Judith, you would like to know if springboks shed their horns. So no, springbok is an antelope. Antelopes do not shed their horns, as opposed to, I know, deer. And I'm not an expert on deer. This is just from what I've been informed by former guests of mine or friends of mine. But no, antelopes do not shed their horns. They just have one set of horns during their lifetime. And sometimes that does break in combats, etc., etc. But no, they do not shed their horns. They might break it every now and again. Not every now and again, but if it breaks, it breaks. If you break, you buy, as my mother would say when we went into a very expensive marketplace or shop or something. You know, I always wanted to touch the glass things. If you break, you buy. So same with antelope. If they break, unfortunately, they're not going to get a new set. Goeiemorgen, bokkies. Bokkies, of course, in Africa is what we refer to as antelope or buck. But yes, I will keep a close eye on Ukukuyo. I just want to head us over to Mashatu just to see if we're perhaps overlooking something, but I have not yet seen anything there. But I do just want to show all of you Mashatu does still exist. See, here is our beloved Mashatu, and of course, as always, we are keeping an eye on it constantly, making sure, if any animals pitch up, what's happening. Even our quillias have pretty much taken off. So, as always, I'm just keeping a close eye on Mashatu. But I was just thinking, let me just show you that it does still exist. We are still, observing Mashatu. And of course, making sure... Ooh, there's some impala. Da-da-da-da! Mashatu still has animals. Can you believe it? Yesterday, of course, we had a brief sighting. And when I say brief, it was literally a minute and a half of elephants. But they literally just came and left again. But as I mentioned at Ukukuyo as well, we don't know what's happening on the rest of, these areas. In the rest of these areas, there are other water resources for these animals as well. And unfortunately, it would be great. But unfortunately, we can't put up a camera at each and every single waterhole puddle. So, of course, in the raining season, the animals do rely on other water resources as well. That way they don't have to travel all the way just to one and be restricted in that way. But I just want to make sure we are not missing anything. If you see anything, please give me a shout. But as I say, I've been keeping... I was so tuned in on Mashatu, just checking every nook and cranny, making sure I'm not perhaps missing even a guinea fowl or an impala or anything. Because that is definitely what we've been learning. It's easy to miss something, just like that jackal showed us in Ukukuyo now. Johnny, good morning, and thank you so much for sending us a question. You would like to know, is it possible that the rain pushed all of the animals off? Yes and no. And I'm going to explain my answer to that. So, from what I've seen, yes. The one day there was literally, I promise you, it was a 10-minute storm here in Mashatu. And for 2 days straight, the elephants did not come to the watering hole at all. So that might be that they were scared off by the weather. They still knew there was some form of, nasty weather around. Thus, they moved deeper into the bush, stayed, in the safety areas. Number one. Number two, as I say, we don't know what happens in the rest of these areas. Oh, there's a tiny terrapin just on that rock to our right. Sorry. So we don't know what's happening on the rest of the reserve, in these areas, in the parks. And there's another impala just back left, far deep into the bush. So, of course, if a water hole has been filled up, then yes, definitely, the animals will stick to that area. Whether it's far away, near, we don't know what's happening. So, yes and no, definitely to that answer.
To sit down around a fire in conversation is a practice as old as mankind. There is an ancient sense of magic about sharing and learning as embers twirl into the night sky. Here at Wild Earth, we see the value of this practice and want to retain it in an age where so much divides us. If you sign up to be an explorer, you can join in this gathering and return to the ritual of connection with Wild Earth.
Again, just bear with me. I'm just making sure. I'm not doing this on purpose or anything. I really just want to make sure we are not overlooking any animals. Because, of course, I saw my first hyenas here in Mashatu under this tree. There's some Egyptian geese. And the other day we did see a water monitor in here as well. I'm not sure if she went in to lay eggs. But that time there was not this much water yet. So maybe not. But alrighty, I just wanted to show all of you that Mashatu is very much still in play. We are, of course, always observing Mashatu, making sure we are not missing out on anything to show all of you wonderful people. And again, I just wanted to make sure we are not overlooking anyone. Don't want any animal to feel left out, of course. But I do see that we have Mr. Pumbaa in Djuma, so let's head over there. Good morning, Pumbaa. We can see you. You are a bit plumpy to completely hide behind a tree. And you can see he is completely wet. Very much so. He's just had a good mud bath. So, of course, the animals, as we speak about often, the animals such as warthogs, rhinos, elephants, buffaloes, they love mud bathing. Of course, and again, we don't know if they do this consciously, on purpose. That is to sort of smother all of the ticks and parasites and everything on their body. But most obvious reason would just be for them to cool off. It's probably gonna rub. Oh yeah, that's nice. Get the spots. That's lovely. Woohoo! That must feel glorious. But yes, of course, due to that behavior that we just saw, that is one of the reasons we do assume that, it is to smother all of the ticks and parasites and everything, because generally after they have had a mud bath, they will go to a rubbing post, which can be in the form of a tree or rock or stump, and they'll actually get rid of just that excess mud. Pumbaa, come out. Silly pig. And very, very feisty creatures, this. I'm sure you've heard other naturalists tell you. I have former colleagues as well in the industry that have been victim themselves to warthog attacks. But I've also heard some gory stories. The thing is, of course, you know, these animals... Warthog, that is your cue to come out from the bush. We'll just wait for it. But these animals, of course, you know, they inhabit old termite mounds. And then they will actually go live in that. And when they go into those, they reverse in. So that should they need to escape, they can actually immediately run out. And either then escape or evade whatever is threatening them or scared them or provoke them. Or they can attack if need be. Megan, so you would like to know if warthogs have horns or tusks? Those are tusks on their face. So just want to... there we go. With warthogs, people often tend to think, okay, well, it's just a male that will have the tusks. That is not at all the case. Male and female warthogs have tusks as a brilliant defense mechanism against other animals, should they need to. But no, both male and female have a set of tusks. And of course, you know, it can be bigger with males. But again, that is not the rule of thumb. But the way to differentiate between male and female warthog would be to look at their faces. So of course, you know, they are called warthogs. And that refers to the actual warts on their faces. So a male has 2 sets of warts on his face. One just below his eyes and one above his tusks. Whereas a female does not have this set below her eyes. Aww. And of course, these are adorable animals when they are babies. So their time is also coming up to give birth. And generally a female will give birth to up to 6 piglets, which are adorable little things, but often preyed upon by lions. I mean, for a lion, it's literally just going to be like one chippy or one fry. But leopards love going for them. But warthogs themselves, even the little ones, I've actually had the chance to raise a warthog in my former glory days in the bush. And they really are very, very feisty animals, even as tiny ones, because they've got impeccably strong skulls. So they really, if they start pushing you and shoving you, it's not a fun game. And then if you add a set of tusks to that, it's quite a difficult scenario. But luckily, funny enough, we called the warthog Timon, just for irony. But we were able to actually release Timon back into the wild. Woo! Yes, that is one thing Timon also did, our little warthog. He would often head wrestle with you or headbutt you, and as I say, they've got impeccably strong skulls. And again, this is an aid for them when they are feeding, because they eat roots, bulbs, shrubs, so they actually use their heads as shovels. So they've got ridiculously strong skulls, which is also a good defense mechanism when a predator does try to take them on. But this one's got an impressive set of tusks. Looks like he's dancing. Just want to see if there's going to be an interaction between these two. No, of course, both are very tenacious when it comes to their attitudes and personalities. But again, you know, they don't pose a threat to one another, so they'll just sort of ignore each other, or bypass each other, I should say, not ignore. Oh, hi, young ones. So you can see these are youngsters from last year, probably, or the last season. Ooh. Sorry, dear, I'm not sure if that's Pam or Sam. But you would like to know, why are warthogs so hairy? Sam, oh goodness, sorry about that. Why are warthogs so hairy? So, there's a couple of reasons for that. But one of them being is often when warthogs do feel threatened, they'll actually raise those hairs on top of their neck. It's called piloerection, and that way they can make themselves appear bigger and more intimidating to either a predator or another warthog. But I would say also, you know, for ticks, parasites, that sort of thing, just to help them when they are in fact feeding and foraging. But that is I'm trying to think, why else now? Why are warthogs so... That's a good question. But yes, I would say, you know, because they do go close to the grass as well when foraging. You know, it might be easier for ticks to latch onto them, so when they are that hairy, it might be a little bit trickier. But yes, often you will see a warthog with a mohawk. That is something that they do just to make themselves look more appealing. You see, just think about it. Imagine there's a leopard in this bush that we can't see. I mean, I don't wish that upon the warthog, but all of the animals do have to eat, ultimately. Oh, they're really enjoying all of these rubbing posts. That one is really just making the most of it. And these animals, even though they love to mud bath, dust bath, they are not very water dependent. So, ooh, that's nice. So they don't have to drink water every single day, you know, constantly. They can move off for a bit, and of course, because they eat roots and shrubs and bulbs and stuff like that, it does contain a lot of moisture as well. So that does contribute to the fact that they don't constantly have to go to a water hole, hydrate themselves. And when you look just a little bit deeper into the bush, you'll see more impalas. Again, you know, over there they are on a rather open space. But just think how many lions, how many buffaloes, how many leopards we are overlooking in a day. Because they might be just out of reach for us to see. Or they might be just too low. Sorry, I just quickly want to check something. Oh. I got very excited there for a moment. I thought it's a tail lying down, but now I also see that the branch might also be a bit too thin. But again, rather safe than sorry. You will always wonder if you do not double check on a safari, is what I've learned. I've had many guests ask me, you know, or tell me when we get back to the lodge, they say, I think I saw a lion, or I think I saw this. So I always double check everything. If there's even a glimpse of hope in my mind, I will always double check. Hopefully this warthog will show us nicely now how they actually do use their heads as a shovel. Because as I mentioned, they do eat roots, bulbs, shrubs. But like this specifically now in this season, they do enjoy just grass as well. And then thereafter they'll actually start digging for those other goodies as well. So we'll just keep an eye on him. Hannah, so as we spoke about earlier as well, most animals, I almost want to say all of the animals, communicate through pheromones and scents and smells, stuff like that. So predominantly smell. But warthogs do, you know, they do have the ability, like pigs as well, to sort of snort almost, I want to say. So they will communicate in that way as well. But most animals, you know, for the most part, I think we don't even always fully, not even just observe, fully realize what's going on, you know, just amongst a group of animals. So they use a lot of smells and things to sort of alert each other, talk to each other. But yes, just like a piggy, they do the thingy as well. Just want to have a look-see and see if he's going to actually use his head now. But again, small eyes, big nostrils, big ears, which is an indication of them mostly relying on those senses. Not to say that they don't have good eyes. They can, of course, see, but that is generally a good indicator. And of course, you know, when warthogs are running in the bush, they will erect their tails, looks like little antennas, through the grass, but that is just to sort of, it's a follow me sign for one another. And I think they've got the funniest hooves. Always looks like they're walking on high heels or something. There you can see a very big one. The others are immediately intimidated and will move off. And as I say, quite an impressive set of tusks on this warthog. I've seen even bigger. And even these animals themselves can become very, very, very sturdy. On my previous reserve I worked at, there was actually a warthog. And I have told this story before, but there was a warthog that killed a leopard. So it was a massive male leopard. And his name was Shavati. And what had happened was... No, warthog, wait for us. Silly warthog. But what had happened was, obviously the leopard tried to hunt the warthog. It became a massive battle, and in the end both of these animals died. Because eventually the last straw was the warthog like sort of throwing its head, and in the process it actually slit the leopard's throat. But unfortunately by that time both of them had sustained so many injuries that both of them did die, unfortunately. Just want to have a look and see what else might be around here on the Djuma Dam Cam. Since we had that leopard on Sunset Safari, I am checking every single corner. Just look how beautiful these clouds are. It's such a beautiful day here in Djuma. Just want to take one last look around. And then I believe we'll go to Okokoyo, just see what's happening there. And then with luck on our side, we'll have Andrew say good morning to all of you. I just love this water hole. Honestly, there's always something happening, even when there's nothing happening. Right now, luckily, there is nothing happening. There is a lot happening at Okokoyo. We've got zebras, wildebeests. There is one of those patches I showed you this morning. Not that particular patch. But that is what I was referring to. So wildebeests have preorbital glands on their faces, so they will often rub off their scent in patches like this. Because you can imagine, you know, if a wildebeest wanted to establish a new patch now, it would be quite the task, you know, to sort of clear the rocks and everything. So it's always cool, especially in an area like this, to see that the animals all more or less use the same patch or area. Alrighty, but I do believe that Andrew is going to say hi to all of us. So I'm going to send you over there, and in the meantime, I will, as always, keep an eye on our water holes.
We are currently on the ridge and we're overlooking the beautiness of Amakhala right now. Beautiful little area this. Hello again, my name is Andrew. I do have Mr. Morgan with me on camera, and I hope you're all well and ready for some adventures here in the Eastern Cape. It's a nice place to start here on the ridge. We've had a little bit of rain this morning, and temporarily it has cleared up. A little bit of wind, so I'm just going to sort of block the microphone with my hand here and give you a good look of this basin area. This is known as the basin. It's one of the drop-off zones here in Amakhala. And I cannot begin to tell you how many times I used to stop here with my guests back in the day, and we used to have a bit of coffee here and sundowner drinks. Really is a great place to just enjoy the nature. There's a beautiful aloe over here. Quite a few aloes actually here in Amakhala. So we do have 5 of the 7 biomes on this very game reserve, and one of those biomes is the succulents, and especially towards the eastern and northeastern part of the reserve, there are so many different succulents out there, and it's always nice to look at them. Elephants enjoy them very much, and they definitely do look around for them from time to time. It's been a fairly quiet morning by the sounds of it. And most of the safari trucks have already gone back to camp, but there is the odd day safari gone out. Oh, thanks Noah, that's kind of you. Yeah, Amakhala is very scenic, eh? And there's a bit of the Bushman's River if you want to have a look. But Noah, definitely, you know, I remember back in the day when I used to be a safari guide here, if we didn't find animals that much, we could always fall back on a lot of the history and scenery out here, which is always something to talk about because there's so many different topics when it comes to the history out here. This is old settler lands from the 1820s. Plenty history here. And in fact, the 4 founding families here on Amakhala, they are originally from the settlers' time.
What is your role at Eco Trading? Tell us more.
I'm very excited to actually be talking on a more personal level.
2, 1, live.
Some early information before it kind of hits the wire.
General banter, you know, just connecting.
and it's a good place just to stop with your binoculars and just scan around, which is exactly what I'm going to do while I'm talking to you, and see what is out and about this morning. Ooh, Randy, that's a tough one. I'm not 100% sure how long it is. But from here to the Bushmans, I would say sort of the Bushmans town and where the mouth is. Morgan, how far would you say? Sure. Because the rivers follow the paths of least resistance. So it's a lot shorter than what we probably think. How far would you say? Yeah, it's a tough one, eh? 10k? 15k? A bit more than that? Yeah, so for us to get to the Bushman's town, it's about a 30-minute drive. But I think the river, because it does follow the path of least resistance, I think it might be a bit shorter than that. But let me get the exact distance of the Bushman's river for you. And give me a bit of time and I can get that answer for you. Yo, getting stumped so early in the morning. Well done. So I'm just scanning out there just to see if I can see any movements. It looks fairly quiet in there. But there is a wind that is persisting at the moment, so I think some of the animals might be hunkering down, which is totally understandable. And I was just chatting to one of the guides, and Olnich, there was a sighting of meerkats this morning. We did spend some time looking for them. We didn't see them, unfortunately, but just to know that they are sort of around. Okay, I see there. Okay, so Morgan has found an answer for you. It's about 56 minutes, yeah? Is that what it said? 56 minutes.
62 kilometers. 62 k's.
And it's about 62 kilometers down to the mouth. But in the meantime, let's head off to Lisa and see what she's busy with.
Mora Andrew, thank you so much. Believe it or not, Mashatu still has impalas. Two ladies that came to drink some water. Hopefully there will be more animals that follow now today at Mashatu, because generally, we spend a lot of time in Mashatu, but of course, as I say, it's been fairly quiet in terms of animal activity, so you don't know what you have until it's gone. I think we took Mashatu's animals for granted. To go left or to go right? I shall go left, says the bookie. I have to tell you, I'm very sad about our kulias as well. Don't know where they went. But again, something I probably took for granted. They were around for so long and now it seems quiet, even though we've got our lapwings and our Egyptian geese still talking to us. Okay, well, that impala has now completely disappeared. Just want to make sure there's nothing else around. If that other impala took off. But I honestly do love this waterhole. It is so beautiful and the sunsets here are ridiculous. You've got this golden orange sky generally, if it's not overcast, of course. And then for the most part the water appears sort of like a blue color at night, so then it really just becomes a spectacular scene. Just want to make sure nobody else is coming to the water. That was very off key. Just want to make sure there's no one else coming through, through the bushes. Our one impala is still around. You can just see it off in the shade to our right. And then I just want to make sure that nothing is off in the mud pools here. Sorry, just bear with me. I always just want to make sure we are not missing any animals. Alrighty, well, we tried. We did have 2 impalas though, which is wonderful. We're getting there, Mashatu. You are getting back on track, our beloved waterhole. But I do see our piggies are still around, so let's go back to Djuma. Hi, piggies! Not sure if it's the same ones, does seem that way. And of course, they were on the other side of the water hole. And as I did mention, you know, of course, during this season they will eat grass, but if you look at the one far off to the left, well, two of them I see now, they are both on their knees, so they are currently just sort of using their heads as that shovel, just to sort of get to the roots and the bulbs and the shrubs and all of the good stuff underground. Then I'll try to get us scooched over to the left. Just bear with me. But what a beautiful day here in Djuma. I'm really so happy about this sort of weather. And as we've seen, of course, you know, it can change at any time. From beautiful, sunny, lovely to stormy, miserable, windy and rain. But hopefully this weather keeps up for today. Stays this beautiful. Hopefully it gives us some of those big animals with the trunks on their faces. And yes, definitely don't know. I don't even know what else to wish for, because I'm just, believe it or not, I'm so thrilled about the jackal we saw this morning. That truly to me was wonderful. And again, I've seen many jackals in my life. I'm not deprived of jackal sightings, but that truly was just such a cool surprise for me. And it truly is very fascinating animals, these. As I say, it's not one of the most beautiful animals. They are in fact part of the ugly five, unfortunately, in Africa. And it truly would be, it would be horrible for the warthogs. But how exhilarating would it be if there was a leopard or a lion somewhere in the bush now? Because of course you can see there is a nice breeze, so that might disguise their scent. It will hopefully cool them off. But that is just wishful thinking, Shane. It truly is. This is also an animal that I'm very excited for, to have their babies, because they really are adorable little piglets. And of course, you know, as I say, they are very vulnerable to predators. So often not all of the little ones survive. But sometimes you see really good mothers, you know, that still have all of their piglets, still has the ability to, you know, get them all to adulthood, but that is generally not the case. Unfortunately, those little ones, even by birds of prey, you know, eagles, owls, they can also go for the little piglets. So it does make it a little bit tricky, but just like wild dogs, just like pangolins, just like hyenas and snakes, they inhabit termite mounds and they have the safety of that. But often you will have clever predators, whether it's a bird or a cat, that actually sit on top of the termite mounds or just behind it. And then they sort of get to know the animals' movements, and they'll actually wait for them to come out, whether it's the actual warthog or the little ones. And unfortunately then they will go for them. But as we know, that is nature. Everyone does have to eat. Everyone does have to survive. It is all about survival of the fittest out here. Oh, they must love it. As I said yesterday with the elephants here as well, you can just see animals are sort of, I don't want to say happy, because I don't want to say that I can read their emotion, even if they even have emotion, but you can just literally see the animals are all more in their element. With the new grass, the new shrubs, of course there'll be a lot of new flowers and fruits also. And you can really see the animals are enjoying it. And there they go, unfortunately. You silly piggy. But we'll see what else is around the watering hole. And then, of course, check in on our other locations as well. So of course here on the Djuma Dam Cam, we are at camp as well. So that is why you can see that. But over here you can see a beautiful pregnant zebra. So as I've mentioned, you know, when it does heat up during the day, the animals will all sort of just find some shade. Try and graze as much as they can under that. And then, of course, if it becomes too hot, you know, then they'll move closer to water in the shade, or they will completely move into the bush, into the shade. Oof, but that one on the left is very pregnant. I'm so excited. Have your baby. Do it. Do it. Do it. But of course, you know, we have had some guesses amongst ourselves as to when the first baby animals will drop, whether it's zebra or impala or wildebeest, whatever the case is. But I would like to ask you guys a question. When do you think we'll see, not when, where do you think we'll see our first baby animal? And it doesn't have to be the birth. I mean, I would really like to see that, but I will settle just for the actual baby. And I'm now just referring to the water holes. So where we have our dam cams, do you think we'll see our first baby animal here at Djuma, at Okukoyo, or at Mashatu? I would love to hear what all of you think. I think I will take a wild guess and say it's going to be here at Djuma. And then I will take it a bit further as well and say it's going to be a baby zebra. I want to say impala, but I feel that that is very, very, I don't know, I almost want to say predictable. So I'm going to go with, we are going to see our first baby animal in terms of our water holes here at Djuma, and it's going to be a baby zebra. I don't know when, but it's going to be soon. This mare on the left is going to give birth now. No, I'm just kidding. She's not. I'm just really hoping and praying she does. But of course, you know, we never know if we'll actually get that lucky. But you can see she's huge. She's really, really big and ready. Very interesting on her legs. You can see she's almost got completely white legs. So again, you know, all animals are different. I know yesterday Ben spoke about the pink elephants, you know, that you do find in some parts of the world, which of course is a very, very rare occurrence. But just like anything else in nature, it's all about genes, DNA. Some of us have got really thick hair. Some of us have really fair skin. And it's the same with animals. It's the same with anything really in nature. Mother Nature is a truly, truly funny thing. And she will always, always surprise us. So on this oxpecker, sorry, just wanted to show you, on this oxpecker, as I referred to earlier with the Egyptian goose that had its mouth open, of course it was vocalizing a little bit, but it was predominantly due to the heat. So same with this oxpecker, it's just sort of trying to get rid of some heat. Lauren, I believe you would like to know what is the role of the herd when a female gives birth. Lawrence. So with zebras, she will do it very close to the herd, but she will just sort of separate herself a little bit from the harem, and then she will give birth and she will introduce the little one to the herd. And sometimes there can be a lot of nastiness going on. I have unfortunately witnessed a sighting where another stallion actually came to a harem and he tried to drown that foal. So they can be quite feisty with one another, but yes, generally they will be very supportive. But for the most part, it's not like elephants, you know, where they have this big ceremony and everyone welcomes the foal. It's very restricted, I almost want to say. The bond is more between that mare and her foal. Ooh, you can see that zebra's had a bit too much to drink. It really does seem like it. No, he's just having a quick dust bath. So he'll have a bit of a roll around. And again, just like a lot of other animals, they do that to get rid of the ticks, the parasites. Ooh, got a fright from that stick. How beautiful are these animals? And of course now it's just resting. Often you'll see this with the younger animals like baby elephants as well, and young elephants. We often see them lying down just to sort of take a quick break. They are not fully trained yet, you know, to move all of those vast distances. I know people can speculate now that maybe it's a female giving birth. This is not a female giving birth. This is a young foal from the previous season, so it won't be giving birth.
This is what I love about lionesses.
Whoa, sorry about that. Not sure what happened. We're trying to get back to our zebra. But you can actually see the sort of glaze here in Djuma, which is also, of course, an indication, more or less, that it's a fairly hot day here. Alrighty, but I do see we have our first giraffe for the day at Ukokoyo, so let me go show you. Look at the giraffe. I like them. It's a female, this one, or a cow as we would refer to them. And I was just very excited because generally, and again, you know, there's no rules for these animals. They don't have schedules that we unfortunately send them, which would have been brilliant, of course. But generally, we don't see them, you know, this early on in the day. But again, we don't know what the animal's requirements are. We don't know when last this giraffe actually had a good drink. So she's just coming to say hello. Zebras, you are photobombing the giraffe. It's a rather funny picture though. Giraffe with no head. Wonder if that zebra's gonna get a fright now when the giraffe jumps up from the drink. Because of course we know when giraffes, you know, drink, they'll come up very, very suddenly. And that is of course just to be ready to run away should something happen. Because like that, they are in a very vulnerable position. It was alright. I'd give that fright a 7 out of 10. I have to tell you, the more time we spend at Okokoyo, I thought I would get more used to a crow's call, but I think I'm getting, I don't want to say annoyed, but I'm getting the feeling that I have for a harida about their call. It's a very eerie call. I always think of a scary movie when I hear that call. Ooh. Some pregnant zebras here in Okokoyo as well. Remember to send me your answers, please. Where do you think we're going to see our first animal at the waterhole cameras? Is it going to be Okokoyo, Djuma, or Mashatu? My guess is we're going to see a baby zebra on the Djuma cam. Don't know when. Don't want to go that far with guesstimating, but that is my guess. What do you guys think? Wade, you are very young and already such a wildlife enthusiast. Thank you so much for your question. You are asking, are giraffes the only animals that can reach tall trees? No. Elephants can, of course, too, with their trunks. And they are, of course, very tall animals as well, elephants. So they too can. So if you're referring just to like the super tall trees, then generally I just have to think now, but yes, then it's just giraffes and elephants. But animals like kudus, which is a very tall antelope. Let me just see if we've got some around. We've got a kudu walking away. But kudus are also very tall antelopes, so they can sort of reach the middle section of trees. And then black rhinos are not tall, but they are also browsers. And it's very interesting when you look at how Mother Nature has designed it for all of these animals to be able to coexist, warn each other about predators, and not compete for food. Because if you think about it, giraffes are at the very tops of the trees, then you've got kudu, and then you go lower and lower like impala, and then animals that eat grass. But something like an elephant, for instance. Elephants can eat anything. They don't just have to eat leaves or just have to eat grass or just bark. They can really adapt either way. But in terms of very, very, very tall trees, Wayne, it would be elephants and giraffes. I honestly just love the sound of the water. I'm getting used to the crow. I'm not loving it, but getting used to it. And it's just all of these animals, you know, just going about their day, doing their thing, existing as they were meant to be. And observed as they were meant to be. You know, not in a zoo, not in a cage, not anything like that. In their natural habitats, where they are supposed to be, and supposed to be thriving and existing and surviving and just doing their thing. Oh, Miss Giraffe, you are rather thirsty. I think it's got to be one of my favorite things. On my previous reserve, this was quite a while ago, a couple of months ago, one of my former colleagues actually posted a video of a giraffe drinking water, but it's got this massive hole in its face. And no one's really sure what happened. We all suspected, or they all suspected, was an abscess. And, eventually it just fell through and created a crater in the animal's face. And it was so interesting to see on this video, you know, this giraffe's drinking and half of the water is seeping out, but the giraffe is still in excellent condition and, you know, still carrying on doing its thing. And again, that just refers to, you know, animals adapting. Because there's not much that they can do. It's not like us that... If you have a hole in your face, you're hopefully going to go to the hospital or whatever. You have to live with it. You have to survive. You have to carry on. Tough luck. Adapt or die. And it was very, very sort of fascinating to see how this giraffe, you know, it probably knows it's got a hole in its face. It was literally in the cheek. And... you know, there is water seeping out, but again, what can it do? So it just carries on. And I could be wrong. But I do believe we are looking at another pregnant lady. I don't know what all of you think, but she looks pretty round. So please do remember to send me your answers. When do you think? Where? Sorry, not when. We are off when. Where do you think we're going to see our first baby animal on the dam cams? You're at Okukuyo, at Djuma, or at Mashatu? Let me know what you think. I would love to hear from all of you. It's always, I don't know, for me, I love hearing other people's opinions on things, especially, you know, if it's speculation. Because that really just broadens your way of thinking. Whoa, she didn't like that. Don't think it's anything serious. Nah. You see she's slowly walking off, and it seems like she's actually gonna defecate now or poop. So we'll see little pellets falling out, which is always very interesting with giraffes. Such a large animal, and then these tiny things. She does not seem to be a fan of those rocks. Zoe, you would like to know, why is a giraffe always looking up? Do you mean when they are drinking water? If so, that is just because they are in a very, very, very vulnerable position when they are drinking water. So they have to always, sort of just make sure there's nothing coming around, nothing coming for them when they are in that position. So that is why they will drink a little bit of water and then look up, and drink a little bit of water and then look up. Because you can imagine doing the splits, going down for water, and then, not necessarily always having control, even though they do it very, very impressively. It's, they always have to make sure, just to be safe. I just always like to keep an eye on, I don't know if this is going to make sense, more to the right side of the water hole as opposed to the tree side, because from what I've seen and experienced monitoring here at Okokoyo, the animals tend to come from this side as opposed to the other side. But again, it's not, they're not given maps and told you have to follow this path. But yes, from what I've seen, they like to come more from the massive game path that follows from the tree line. Every time I do think I'm going to get used to that crow noise, I don't. I don't know, it gives me a shrill. Feels like someone's walking over my grave when they call. These cute little things in the water, though, the little grebes, that I can listen to all day, but not the crows. Not a fan. But as I always say, we don't have to like all of them, but we do have to love all of them, conserve all of them, protect all of them, so we will try. As I say, I can handle anything in nature. Anything. Even baboons, I'm not fond of them. I like looking at them from a distance. But a solifuge and a centipede, which is also known as a ear crawler, those are the two things I have no tolerance for. If I see one, I leave the room because I don't know what I'm capable of in that moment. But no, other than that, I love everything in nature. Snakes, spiders, everything. Nothing gives me the creepies. But those two things. And if you do not know what they look like, please go research them. It's disgusting. Albert, you would like to know, can the wind affect the ability for animals to hear? Yes, definitely. So when it is windy, a lot of the animals tend to either lie down or go deeper into the bush, as they cannot then perfectly determine where noises, sounds, smells, all of that is coming from. So yes, definitely. And just like that, they're off again. Just want to clear our path of visual. Whoa, that springbok is having the time of its life. Jeez, it was like properly drinking and swimming simultaneously. Mike loves nature. I do believe you have an answer for me, saying that you think the first baby will also be a Djuma and it's also going to be a baby zebra. Thank you so much for that. I really, really appreciate it. But yes, that is my guess. First baby animal is going to be a Djuma. It's going to be a baby zebra. I don't know when. But yes. Definitely my thoughts. I don't know what your thoughts are. Please do let me know. Really? I'm really trying to close my eyes and embrace this crow sound and call and just sort of trying to have a Husa therapeutic moment, but I can't. I really can't. It literally feels like someone's walking over my grave. I don't know why that is. I'm just so happy to see that someone is actually utilizing this tree shade, because generally you'll see one or two animals under it, but for the most part they either stay in the water or they go deeper into the bush. But the springboks seem to be utilizing it pretty well today. As I say, I'm not saying they never under this tree, but this is a fair amount in comparison to what we usually see. Good stuff. Well, as always, I will check out our water holes, see what I can show you. But for now, I'm going to send you to Andrew, who's got something to show us.
And we are having a good look at the secretary bird nest again, and they seem to be a bit sleepy at this point, just cuddling inside the nest there. But always nice to touch base with them and see how they're doing. What Morgan and I have noticed is even when they're lying down and sitting in the nest like this, from time to time they just randomly just stand up and then stretch their legs and socialize with the chicks. So although she is sitting down, we could probably expect her to stand up, or him. It's difficult to sex them. Hopefully they'll stand up and give us a good view. But still, it is a good view now. We can see the head, see remnants of the chick there in the front, and the beautiful long tail of the adult. There we go. So getting a bit more visual. There's these 2 chicks that I've seen now. There are 3 in this nest. We'll try and do a bit of a roll call as they do appear. Very fascinating birds, these, and I must say, you know, this experience that I've had coming to this nesting site with Morgan day in and day out, really enjoy the whole experience, so much so that this is probably now one of my favorite raptors of all time now. I've got so many, but secretary bird is really way up on the list there. Okay, there's a head bobbing there, nice white head of the juvenile. Oh, shame, doing a little bit of a dance there. Okay, I see the second head. Vincent, 100%, you are totally right there. They are monogamous. They form a very close bond, and they'll mate for life. Yeah, so a lot of birds actually are doing this. Many species of birds in Africa are practicing this monogamous behavior. Oh, there we go. Look at that. Okay, just taking off. All right, where are you going? Okay, just gone off into the field, perhaps to forage. Leaving the chicks unattended at this point. But what we have noticed is when one partner returns, there's usually a switch. And for the most part, we have seen one partner taking care of the chicks and staying with them. At the moment, though, both of them are out in the field now. And we'll just wait it out here and see what progresses. But Vincent, according to the bird books, about 70% of the birds in southern Africa actually practice this monogamous behavior. Okay, you still got them there, Morgan? Yeah, their heads have just bobbed down. I think it's because of these gusts of wind at the moment. Okay, here comes, there we go, got something there. What is that? Another mouse of sort. Yeah, so much action here. Now we've only been here for about 5 minutes or so, and already we are seeing some food being returned to the nest. There we go, all 3 chicks are well and present. Look at that, oh my goodness. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but every time we come here it just seems that that patch on their face is just getting more and more of the color, being very dark yellow at the moment. Okay, I'm gonna give you a chance to watch and observe and enjoy. Sandy, from Morgan and I, you are welcome. You are welcome. This is incredible, isn't it, eh? I mean, it's just nice to see secretary birds, in the bush walking around. Very special to see that. But to see them in their little nesting site like this with chicks that are growing up. And now these adults have gotten very used to us in the periods that we've been coming here. And they don't even look at us anymore. So this is very special. And I'm always watching with binoculars because we have the opportunity and potentially to, do some observation here and help the knowledge base of secretary birds. Because there's still so much that is not known about secretary birds. Okay, she is feeding now. And we have noticed a few things. We've noticed that there's a switch. So as soon as one adult returns, the other one will fly off and take that opportunity to go into the field and feed and provide as well. We've seen how successful they are at catching things and bringing it back to the nest, and the variety of prey that they come back to the nest with. And from some sources that I've read, some sources are under the impression that there could be siblicide involved with secretary birds. So a stronger chick kills the weaker chick. But what we're seeing here is that there are three and they are all happy and they are coexisting with each other, no problem in the nest. We've also noticed that they are quite, adapted with all types of harsh conditions. So blaring sun, they continue to do what they do. And now we've got a severely windy day at the moment, and they are still very active birds. Bobby, myself and Morgan have been doing lots and lots of reading up on secretary birds, and it's a tough one because there are so many different explanations on these sort of things. I read that they can fledge at 8 weeks old, which is 2 months. It seems a bit short, but I'm no expert. And then Morgan also pointed out he read a write-up from National Geographic, who are known to be very trustworthy in terms of their write-up, and they fledge at 3 months according to them. So if that's the case, then we would say roughly about 3 months they should be fully developed and they can fly. But generally this is a terrestrial bird. They can fly, as you saw now, but only when they need to. So flying on the top of a nest or flying to get away from danger. The rest of the time they would prefer to walk or run. And according to the books again, they can cover between 2 and 3 kilometers an hour during a forage, and then up to 30 kilometers in a daytime foraging. That's amazing. Look at that. This is incredible. Now you can actually see how well developed these legs of the secretary bird are. Very much stork-like legs or crane-like legs with an eagle-like body and head. But in fact, they are closest related to hawks and eagles. And just by looking at these legs, we can see they are very powerful. Quite long and well developed, with very thick scales on them, just to help prevent snake bites, as they do have armor. Look at that chick, that is stunning, absolutely beautiful. Sometimes it just goes to show that even the small things of the bush are as amazing as the big things of the bush. Look at those beautiful feathers on the back of the head, almost like streamers. This is wonderful. Absolute privilege. What a privilege this is. I think they are very powerful birds, because if you just look at the wind, you can see the wind is very strong at the moment. But yet this bird is holding on so tight that it barely sways in the wind. Look at these little chicks, they're just amazing. Miguel, I know, it's very amazing. The grip must be incredible. And very much adapted for the environment, if you have a look very carefully. We know that they're nesting right on top of this bush here, so in a sense they're going to be incredibly exposed to all sorts of different elements, such as the blaring heat, you know, the dew and rain, cold. And birds for the most part are very delicate animals, but yet they can survive so nicely in these conditions. So they have to be well adapted. They are true survivors. Looking at the chicks now, they seem to be a lot more comfortable now than the other day when we came here, and I don't know how many degrees Celsius it was, but it was so hot. And the chicks were all standing there with their beaks open or their bills open, just trying to cool down. They seem like they're quite happy in this wind over here. Is it antelope?
Randy wants to know if secretary birds are known for catching small antelope.
Randy, yo, I don't think so. I could be mistaken. Maybe, you know, newborn antelope or something like that. I doubt it. I think they're more specialized in, you know, insects and rodents and snakes, lizards, amphibians, scorpions, those sort of things. I think it's going to be a bit tough for secretary bird to overpower a small antelope, and I think a lot of it's got to do with their feet. If you look at a lot of raptors, excluding the secretary bird, the feet are the toes are quite elongated, so they can get a total wrap around their prey with a very deep, sharp claw, what we refer to as a talon. But now secretary birds, there we go, just flying off there. But secretary birds, I've seen their tracks, their footprints quite a lot, and I've studied their feet through pictures I've seen in books and things. They're very fat-toed birds or raptors, so they rely on kicking and stomping. And I think they'll battle to actually to do that to a small antelope. But you never know. I mean, nature is a place full of wonders. What the books say doesn't necessarily mean that this and that doesn't happen. Nature makes its own rules. That's what I have noticed. Some raptors and some animals might specialize in a way that we have never seen before. But that is a lovely question. If you look at a lot of raptors like eagles and so on, they rely on their force in the grip to kill their prey. They kill the prey with their talons. So they squash the prey, squeeze it, claws go in, and that finishes off the prey. And we see this with martial eagle and crowned eagle that go for small antelopes like steenbok or duiker and things like that. Oh, there was a little bit of a yawn there. These chicks are getting so big now. Okay, we are definitely going to stick around here and keep watching. In the meanwhile, let's head off to Kariega with Ralph.
Hello, good day and welcome to the Kariega Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa. Not too far where Andrew is from here. He's watching the secretary birds. Well, I've been kept out from the bush because it's been raining, but it seems like the clouds are dissipating a little bit now and it's heating up nicely. My name is Ralph Kirsten and I'm here on the eastern side of the Kariega Game Reserve, and as I say, a little bit of sun patches coming through now. And when they do come through, I must say it's actually very hot. So I've got jackets on, jackets off, on regular intervals. Well, the animals can't do that. They've got their permanent jackets on, but they would have all been getting a little bit wet earlier on. Nice to have the rain though, we do need it. And these wildebeest just enjoying the company of some blesbok. Nice and relaxed. What do they do when it rains? Sometimes they do go up into the thickets. It depends on how cold it gets. In the thickets they can get a little bit of shelter. Otherwise they just need to wait it out. There's not much else they can do. So I've come up to quite a nice high point. Oh, what happened there? Something disturbed them. And you can see how those blesbok also all hanging their heads, and the wobbles, and that is down to the flies that get into their nostrils, lay their eggs, and then they have the terrible maggots inside their nasal cavities. Eventually they'll fly out, but before they do that, they do cause a lot of irritation for the blesbok. So I'll just give you a view, because I've come up to a nice high point, and there's also a herd, the big herd of buffalo that made their way through earlier. I have walked off a little bit into the distance, but there they are. That's about half of them, maybe a little bit less than half. Some of them also taking a bit of time just to relax. They don't seem to mind the rain that much. They will have washed off a little bit of the mud that they would have gathered in the spa. So I'm sure if it does heat up, they'll all be going to get a recoating. You can hear some ravens now, white-necked ravens calling. So they are heading in the direction of the mud wallow where they have been wallowing. You'll see there those other buffalo there in the top left corner. They're right next to that wallow. See little patchy sunlight as the clouds sort of are dissipating a little bit, but they're still around. We're going to have on and off showers the next few days. Some of them there in the wallow don't seem to be sticking around. Maybe it's a bit cold. I think they like it when it's really hot. Yeah, emerald spotted wood dove calling. So Jimmy, who's 10, thanks for jumping on board with us while we escape to nature. And yes, there are crows as well as ravens and white-necked ravens. So they do sound very similar. And the ravens are black, and the white-necked ravens are also black, but they've got a white bar just under the head. And then the crows, which are the pied crows that we get here, looks similar to the white-necked raven, but also has white in the front as well. may also just hear the baboons who are in the thickets here, but they've been having, I think, a little bit of family feuds. There's all sorts of moaning going on from them. And just a lovely view over the entire plain from us here. Just one of the management vehicles driving through, but I just want to see if we can get in nice and close over here. There's also some animals a bit closer to us. Just drop it down a little bit. Ones that we don't see all the time. Lovely looking nyala. So there, just in one sort of quick zip around, we've had blue wildebeest, blesbok, buffalo, we've got impala, nyala. So a nice mix of game. When you come to different lodges in South Africa, Namibia, Botswana, you very often find that nyala are resident around the lodges. Nyala, and here in the Eastern Cape you often have bushbuck as well, and they become very habituated around the different lodges and camps, and I do think that they also feel that it's very safe from predators. When I used to look after different camps in the Kruger National Park, training the students as nature guides, at the one camp that we were at, I remember that we had a small herd, a family of nyala that were always there, and it was unfenced, and we always knew if the lions were in the area because they were always huddled together next to either the study hall or the kitchen, and as habituated as they were, they didn't do that unless the lions were in camp. And whenever they did that, we used to go looking for the lions.
November is impala lambing season, and we are lucky enough to see all of these adorable babies taking their first steps in the world. In celebration of these youngsters, we are hosting a fireside chat dedicated to all things cute and cuddly. Come and get your fluffy fix on the 13th of November after the Sunset Safari. Join Cedric and Ali for our most adorable fireside chat yet.
just want to see if I couldn't get some nice photos here, but I'll just wait for the light. I can't go too much more to the left, since I've got the seat of the vehicle. Zimpo, yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of it, eh? Keriche here, it's just fabulous, yeah, on the plains. You can see so many different animals, all from one point. And I've come to a nice high point here, and so we can just see over the plain quite a bit better. There's a bull, Nyala. Let's get my focus right. Oops, there we go. So Mpo, thanks for jumping on board with us. Escaping to nature. This is what it's all about. Watching and waiting and chatting and seeing what they get up to. Good looking male, that, and the best socks in the business. The wildebeest have gone back to lying down, taking a rest. Doesn't even look like they're ruminating. I think they're just having a rest. But while we're watching all these different animals and seeing what else is going to show itself, don't forget that it's an interactive experience. So please send through your questions and your comments and jump on board with us. What would you like to know, or what would you like to tell us? There is a couple of impala just lying down. The sun is getting pretty bright now, so I'm just trying to see if I can spot them. Let's just go for a little scan. There's Blesbok, Impala, Nyala. Looking out over a thicket here. There's a bit of needle bush and num-nums. There's an ostrich. There's an old Blesbok fighting with the flies. And that road heads off there towards the Keriche River. Excellent fishing there, and that's where we often hear the African fish eagles calling from. And there's some of our much larger friends over there. Arctic Circle, which one did I like to see? So Arctic Circle, if you say which antelope outside of Africa, well, I can tell you that there are a couple that I haven't seen inside of Africa, but more to the north. And there's a species of oryx that I haven't seen. They're a lot more white than the ones that you see at Okokuyu, and they found nearer to, I think, in the Sahara Desert. I'd like to see those, as well as giant eland, the largest of all the antelope. That is definitely one that I would like to see. So those two, because I have to say oryx or the gemsbok, one of my favorite antelope, and I've followed and watched for many, many years in Namibia. But I like to see the different species of oryx. Some lesser striped swallows calling now, migratory. They are back now for the summer and nesting time. Looks like Sia and Mtetu having a bit of play. I think that's Tandi, Sia and Mtetu. So the two siblings having a bit of a push and shove there. To try and get some photos in. But no, it might come out alright. I'll have to see. Much better when you're closer to the animals for photography, but this might include a bit of the landscape as well. And it's quite gusty wind, being close to the coast, and we're getting westerly breezes now. It's turned to east, and well, speaking of the east, I'm going to head you on up, what is it, northeast, all the way up to Djuma.
Thank you, Rolf. And no, this is not a Wild Earth screensaver. I've actually been observing the clouds for the past half an hour straight, just seeing how it's been changing. And it is so fascinating. So as a naturalist, when we study and when we do our exams, we actually cover a variety of topics and aspects that we have to study about and write exams about and do practical exams about, and weather is one of them. And I'm going to be honest with you, weather was not my strong suit. Although I find it very fascinating, I found it very confusing, but I will try my best to give it a crack. So I don't know who of you remember, but you can see already, like, it's getting much darker here in Djuma. You can see it's sort of becoming overcast very quickly. So when we started this morning, it was very sunny, and then there came some clouds, looked like little cotton wool puffs. And now it has just, as I say, I've been, astounded, because just in the past half an hour, it has built immensely. Like, when I originally wanted to do the segment on weather, I was like, oh, those cute clouds are beautiful. I want to show all of you. And now it is just completely, very quickly becoming overcast here in Djuma. So it started out with middle clouds, as we call them, or the fancy word for it would be altocumulus, which are generally clouds that are like 2,000 to 6,000 meters above average ground level. And as I said, has just so quickly, I'm sure many of you have seen this, whether you live in Africa or in America or anywhere, it can become overcast so quickly. In Afrikaans sê ons dit het vinnig toegetrek, which means, it got covered pretty quickly. So I just want to show you right now. You can see already how immensely the clouds are building. So my fellow naturalists in Djuma, just a heads up, maybe take your ponchos and your rain roofs this afternoon. But that being said, as I say, weather was not my strong suit when we did exams, so it could be a beautiful day this afternoon. But just in this mere half an hour, it has already gone from alticumulus to cumulus, which is like more low-level clouds. And then the puffier they become, that is when they become towering cumulus. So when they, the more the clouds build, and of course, moisture that form droplets create the clouds to form. So I do not know, and even though we see the sun coming through every now and again, I do not know if it will stay sunny today. I am hoping and praying that you see this side, it's still very cute and puffy and cotton woolly, but on the other side I am afraid that it seems like it is building. Just want to check this side. So yes, it's going to be very, very interesting to see what this afternoon will bring, because as I say, of course, especially as a naturalist, it is very, very good, to know your different weather patterns, to know your different cloud forms, to sort of know what may potentially happen. But as I say, for me personally, I worked in this region, in the Greater Kruger, and I have to say the one thing it was against my religion to believe in weather forecast, merely because it was always ever changing. But of course we do have the Drakensbergs. Jeez, I haven't said that word in English in a long time. Here in the Greater Kruger, which is a massive, massive mountain range in southern Africa. And that also, it's, I don't want to say it predicts, but it impacts a lot of the weather patterns here in the Greater Kruger as well. So I'm really now fascinated to see what is going to happen this afternoon on Sunset Safari, because as I say, it's a beautiful day, but these clouds built very, very quickly. So hoping, crossing my fingers, my toes, everything that, our naturalist this afternoon does not have rain on Djuma. But yes, I would I would just take a rain jacket and the rain roof if I were you guys, just for in case. But again, I am not a weatherman or weatherwoman. But I have to say, the one thing that I learned as a naturalist, especially if you've got guests, of course, on the vehicle, doesn't matter if the sun is shining, there is not a cloud in the sky. You always take ponchos, which is rain jackets, and you always take blankets. Doesn't matter if it's 45 degrees Celsius, because I've learned, in the evening when you drive back, there's always one person that's cold. Like my mother always says, rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Even when I go on vacation, I always pack rain gear and all sorts of wear, summer wear, winter wear, because you never know what's going to happen. But that is so fascinating. Just look at these clouds, how dark they are becoming. Oh my goodness. Just not looking promising. But again, it could completely clear, move over, and we could hopefully have a beautiful, beautiful drive on Sunset Drive, and the weather will be perfect. Of course, I'm not trying to jinx anything. I'm just, as I say, it's been very, very fascinating for me all this time. I've never completely been phenomenal at it. Even when we started as naturalists, I struggled a wee bit, but I do find it very fascinating. So this side is what we would still call Altocumulus. Just want to see, I haven't checked in today with our red-billed hornbill, who's got a wife and kids in this tree. Nancy, yes, you are saying there are already rain clouds now. Indeed, that is what I've been saying. It's definitely building, but from what we've seen, specifically from what I've seen here in Greater Kruger, it can build and build and build and then just move over. So definitely rain clouds, yes. And as I say, just in the mere half an hour that I was observing them, that you guys were with Andrew and Rolf, it was interesting to see how quickly it has built. So yes, but I'm, again, for the naturalist's sake, I'm hoping that we don't get rain, and if we do that, it's not too bad. Because again, it's good to know your weather patterns as a naturalist, but but yes, always expect anything, that's what I say. Just trying to see if we can see our hornbill. But I have not seen him around yet today. Again, as I say, I am trying to keep my eyes peeled on all of the areas, all of our water holes. So it may have been that I missed him. But apparently our zoomies did hear some southern ground hornbills here in Djuma this morning as well, which is of course very, very exciting, as they are in fact birds that you do not see every day anywhere. So I've been also trying, just to keep a extra lookout for them as well. You never know, that would be pretty cool to see them. I'm loving these clouds, I have to tell you. Looks like an animation. And then of course I'm just gonna make sure, or not make sure, see if our Egyptian geese and our impala are still around, and then perhaps we shall shoot to another location. There is the lesser spotted impala. And then just behind the log is also one of the Egyptian geese, but of course there's quite a few of them around here at Djuma Dam, or Gowrie Dam I should say. Djuma Dam Cam. But I have to tell you also, I did not want to admit this on air, but I'm very, very jealous of Andrew. I've only seen a couple of secretary birds in my life. I've never seen the chicks, so I'm very, very, very jealous of you, Andrew. But speaking of which, let's head on over to Andrew and see how his birdies are doing.
Thanks, Lisa. No, this is also my first time seeing secretary bird chicks. Definitely not a common thing to see. But yeah, maybe you can come join us out here one day and you can see this. But we have still been watching them. No adult has come back yet, but I think what has happened is maybe the chicks are at a stage of their life now where they can be left alone for a period of time. But the adults are not very far away, I don't think. And they'll definitely keep an eye on the nesting site while they're out foraging. But yeah, as the chicks are growing, I think the demand for food gets more and more work needs to be done by the adults. And so I think that could be the reason why both of them are out foraging now. It's quite a lot of mouths to feed, 3 chicks plus themselves. Beautiful. This one chick every now and then just has a look at us, just to make sure we're still here. Maybe they're doing an observation study as well on the vehicle and the 2 human beings inside. Weezer, this is spectacular. Very much so spectacular. And I'm taking in every second of it. Now, I've been lucky in the years that I've been a safari guide throughout the reserves in Southern Africa. I've gotten to see some really amazing things that I never comprehended I would ever see in my life. And I can tell you this is one of them. I hope you're enjoying it. This is very special. Something we don't see very often. It would be lovely to sort of give them a name, but to identify these apart is just so difficult. Even in fully adult form, to tell the difference between the male and the female, you'll struggle a lot. And there is no real way of doing it. Okay, I think they're getting a little bit hungry now. I'm hoping the adult is going to arrive and come back here, because you can almost guarantee there's going to be some food. And I want to show you the secretary bird with a snake. That's what I want to show you again. Temperature's slowly increasing now. Hi Eugene, they'll do it to keep cool and to warm up, eh? So there's a thin membrane in their mouth. It's a reptilian thing and an avian thing where they have a membrane in their mouth, and just to open their mouth can help them cool down and also warm up. And it's actually a good observation, because I see one of them did have the mouth open, so I believe because the sun is just poking through now, I think they're interested in getting a little bit warm. because after all they are terribly exposed over there. But they will definitely be adapted for it, because they do, their habitat when it comes to a secretary bird is in open grasslands, and they like dry circumstances as well. I've seen them very nice in the Kalahari, being a dry, arid environment. They do very well there. And sometimes when an environment is dry and arid, does not mean things cannot live there. The animals that live there are just very, very well adapted and equipped. Specialists in a way.
Amakhala, a wonderland of natural beauty. Now you can experience it for yourself at the Amakhala Safari Lodge, the perfect safari getaway where luxury meets nature seamlessly. Enjoy poolside peacefulness and exhilarating safari drives by day, and fine dining with fireside coziness by night. Sign up to be an explorer and you could stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at the Amakhala Safari Lodge.
Okay, I'm just scanning with binoculars here. No sign of the adults. Amanda, that's a good question. I haven't seen so much when it comes to secretary birds, but I'm presuming what they'll do is they will sort of develop, once the wings are developed, they'll stretch them out like a lot of the birds do, and they sort of practice on the top of the nest. Then eventually they're going to brave it and they're going to glide down to the ground, and they'll probably walk around a bit, and the adults will probably jump on the ground with them, try and encourage them to try again. That's what I'm presuming will happen. But we look forward to the day when we start to see that, and then we can record it and we can see exactly how it's done. And that day will come. It is very windy at the moment, so I'm just blocking my microphone here. I hope you can all hear me nicely. So still no sign of the adult. Maybe if we're lucky, when they do return, maybe both of them return. That would be quite something. Okay, in the meantime I'm going to send you over to Kariega, not too far from here, with Ralph.
Well, it seems like it's all happening there with the secretary birds, and I'm really hoping at some stage I'll also get back there and be able to see the little new chicks. But it's also nice and wonderful to be back here on the Kariega Game Reserve, and I'm just watching these eland, who are pretty skittish when you're quite near to them, so it's always nice when they are relaxed when you're nearby. And the wind is in my favor now, so they seem to be carrying on and doing their thing, which is wonderful. Nice herd of eland. When the males get a bit older, they do turn a little bit more grey. The younger bulls, they are this sort of fawny colour, but as they get older they turn nice and grey. And there is one very nice bull that I've noticed. I think it might be this one in the middle. That is quite grey, and he's a sizable fellow. Obviously all chasing flies. With the rains and the heat comes lots of pests. Everything grows very well here in the Eastern Cape, and that includes all the parasites. So there are pros and cons to being in a very nutritious sweet veld. But with the nutritious value of the vegetation, it does make for very healthy individuals. So they're able to withstand the parasites, and their health doesn't really get affected that much. But it doesn't mean that they're not irritated by them, as he's now taking out his frustrations on the bush. I say that, but they also do mark when they do that. They've got glands between their horns, and that sort of tuft of hair. So Albert, very good question, and I've touched on this before, but the Khoisan people, they held the eland in very high regard because and in later times we've called them the rainbow chasers, because the Khoisan used to follow the eland, because they would always head towards where the rain would be. So very, very good indicator of where the rain would be coming from, especially in the arid regions, so the Kalahari and Namibia. With them tracking and following the eland, it would normally result in them finding animals, because the animals would obviously also go to where the water points would be, good grazing, and then obviously the water as well, which is very important for life. So in a lot of the Bushman engravings, the oldest ones that you find around Twyfelfontein in Damaraland in Namibia, they depict a lot of eland, especially around the sort of circles that they drew in the rocks, that also indicated maps of types of water holes and lunar cycles, etc. So they had like calendars, they had maps, and they had the different animals that were indicators of water, and the eland were front and center for that. So the spiritual animal for the Khoisan, they say, is the eland. Eland are able to survive in water short or scarce environments, as they are pretty much water independent. However, they would go in search of where the rains were coming from for a little bit of water, but that wasn't the ultimate for them. It was mainly for the new growth and of grass, so that they could feed. And in those areas it's mainly the Stipagrostis or Bushman grass, as the name suggests, and where it comes from. It's all related with the Khoisan people and the animals that would then get very nutritious value from the Stipagrostis. It's very much like the red oatgrass of the Masai Mara, but more in an arid environment. Highly nutritious is the Stipagrostis. And it's incredible in those desert regions that you go there in the dry season and it is absolutely barren. And just over a week after having a little bit of rain, you can have a transformation of an entire landscape, from being brown and black and red to, within a week after there's been rain, it turns into this beautiful green and silver color, because the Stipagrostis has got seeds that turn silver, and they've got like a corkscrew on them, so a fine little point on the end of the seed, and they get blown off from the grass itself, and then they land on the ground, and with the wind action and the corkscrew sort of physiology of the seed itself, it works its way into the ground like a corkscrew, and they can remain in the soil dormant for over 10 years, it has been recorded. And then when the rain comes, you have this grass that literally blossoms and blooms and explodes out of the desert landscape, and with it comes a multitude of insects and birds that almost appear from nowhere, and it's incredible. I used to do trekking trips for international tourists, mainly French, in Damaraland. We used to walk 120 kilometers in 7 days, and I had a backup vehicle and crew that used to go ahead, and then we used to walk through. And for the majority of the year it would be this rocky, sandy landscape, but then after the rains I used to go and walk on another trip, and I used to get, it was difficult for me to navigate all of a sudden, because the areas that I'd walked through and taken people from point to point, I had to have a GPS and very often walking on the landscape and knowing the different landmarks from the mountains and the koppies and just knowing the landscape myself. But after the rain, I would be disorientated because it would look so different. Just after 1 week being absent and it had rained and the landscape having changed so much with that Stipagrostis and the arrival of all the birds and the insects, it was just a total transformation. They're just joining those blesbok there. A nice mix of game. Not very fast are the eland, not very fast at all, but very good jumpers and very specific tracks too. Very similar to buffalo, and it's one of those that you can easily mistake. So you have buffalo tracks that are very similar to eland tracks. Only difference I found was that you have a slight overlap in the toe of the eland, and that's down to what you hear when they walk. They used to think that it was clicky joints, but it's actually those toes that are just sliding past each other, making a little click on the actual hoofs itself. If you look at different animals that you can mistake for each other, there's some that are very easy, but some that you can easily mistake. So like nyala and kudu can be easily mistaken, especially a nice big nyala bull versus a female or cow kudu. Very, very similar. Warthogs and bush pig, very similar tracks. Bush pig toes splay out in the front, warthogs splay out at the back. Bird tracks, obviously there's lots that are very similar, but you've always just got to look how many toes forward, how many toes back. Is it a ground dwelling bird, or is it a songbird, or one of the birds that can perch with a toe that goes backwards? And then do they have 2 toes forward or 2 toes back, such as parrots and oxpeckers? That enables them to be able to climb upwards and downwards. So parrots would be going up and down trees, but oxpeckers mainly up and down animals, so they can climb both ways. With the ground dwelling birds, they've got sort of this middle stump and then 3 toes forward, no toe going back. So nice to see them just grazing along. So I've been chatting about animals that have got similar tracks and the ones that you can mistake for other ones. So one of the things that you look at with impala is that they don't direct register. And when we speak of direct registering, it's and this is on a normal walking gait because it can happen. So anything that shows up in the surface or the substrate that the animals are walking on is a register. Now a direct register is when you have a front foot that lifts up and the back foot goes directly into that front foot. So you can very often just see one track, but you need to look very closely because you'll see that there was a front foot that went down and the back foot stepped directly in it, but you can often see just a little gap before that back foot stepped into it. So Nyala, Kudu, they direct register. All the tragelaphines or the spiral horned antelope will direct register, and that goes with eland as well. So they will direct register. That's one of the things that you can also look at, the difference with buffalo. You look at wildebeest, you could confuse it for hartebeest, quite similar. Blesbok could be mistaken for springbok, but I'll get more into the intricacies of tracking when I'm on the other side of the camera and I can jump out and show you lots more detail. But it's wonderful to be back on the reserve, the Kariega Game Reserve, where I actually achieved the 100% in a track and sign assessment. I think it was after about 6 goes that I finally got it, and I got it here. So it's wonderful. So I am now considered a track and sign professional, they say. But you always learn every time you go out tracking. You always find something new that you've never seen before, and it's always the ones that you get wrong that I always remember the best, because they're the ones that I go back and check up on. And obviously that's pretty much the way that the Khoisan people used to follow the eland, because it wasn't that they necessarily could actually see them, but they could see that they found their tracks, and then they would follow them like that for days on end. They would have to survive out in the desert finding water. Very often would have left caches of water in ostrich eggs buried in certain locations, and they always knew that they could go back there to get water. And something that they say about Khoisan people as well, which I don't know the science of it, but the stories are told that they have expandable stomachs. So it's also one of the adaptations that they had for surviving in these very inhospitable environments, like the Kalahari Desert, which extends into the Namib. And so when they did get food, or they made a kill, whether it was an antelope or whatever it might have been, they could actually gorge themselves, because they wouldn't be able to keep the meat fresh, and so it would rot. So they would eat as much as they could, and they would eat kilos of meat and get these very big stomachs as a result. But they would eat more than the average human is able to. And obviously over the years of doing that, they started to sort of adapt their stomachs, that they were able to eat more and then could live for more days without eating food until the next kill. So very interesting how we are able to adapt just like the animals, especially when we're part of the environment. I really like the sort of traditional Khoisan, how they never had possessions. So James, who's 7, thanks very much for your question. So eland, they can jump over 3 meters high. I've seen them clear a 3-meter fence, which is a game fence, which is supposed to be able to keep all these wild animals in, but kudu and eland are able to jump over them. So very often when there are reserves that want to keep the eland and kudu inside because they're quite valuable animals, and so if it's a ranch or a farmer that is breeding with those animals, they actually put 2 fences, both at 3 meters of height, and they put them about 2 or 3 meters apart, which then if the eland or the kudu is able to jump one fence, he wouldn't be able to jump both the fences, so he'd land in the middle. And then they do regular patrols up and down, and they see if there's any of those animals that have tried to jump the fence, and they're in between in that barrier, and then they'll have gates that they're just able to open, and then the animal is able to come back inside the reserve. So that's the way that they stop them from exiting the park or leaving, by jumping over the fence. There's a lot of private game reserves and game farms that I've seen them where they employ that tactic, but it's obviously quite an expensive affair, because it is very, very expensive to put up fencing, and if you're going to do a double fence, it's obviously a double expense, so more money. But a lot of these animals are worth a lot of money as well, so they do sometimes get sold at game auctions. And it is a very good thing for a lot of the farmers. They will try and get new genetics in. You can't just let one, we're in an enclosed park here, so the animals can't migrate, and they can't get to new populations or different populations of, let's just carry on speaking about eland. So if they want to continue breeding with eland here, eventually they'll have to buy some more males to bring them in, and possibly also females, so that they get new genetic lines. Otherwise they'll start to have a stagnation in the population, and you also start to have one of the things you do get is albinos. You can start to see that immediately when there's inbreeding, and that is when you're having sort of brothers and sisters and aunties and uncles breeding with each other. So it then really weakens the genetic pool, and so then they go and buy from other farmers, and the other farmers buy from them, and then they mix up and strengthen the gene pools once again. So it's very important for those game auctions. And I'm very much of the view that we should all support the game farmers, because the more we support them and the more we buy, look, you can have whatever sort of principles around eating meat, and I respect everybody's views on that, but mine is that if I buy game meat, I'm supporting the game farmers, and I'm bringing money to the game farmers that are keeping these areas for these particular animals, and that's a big part in the way that they make their money. So if we support the guys that sell the different meats of eland, springbok, blesbok, wildebeest, etc., we give them money to keep their fences good, to keep the staff happy and paid and have a job inside the reserve, and also wanting to protect these animals. Another thing is that they're not battery farmed, it's not intensively farmed, they're not given all sorts of medication all the time, so it's healthier for you, and I think they just live free as they are here, and they die free. So they're not lined up going to an abattoir, which I think ethically is terrible, because you have very intelligent animals like cows that are lined up, and everybody should actually go and witness that eats beef and mutton, etc. They should go and see how those animals die and how sad it is. It's terrible. But when they harvest wild meat, it's the animal is just shot dead on the spot. So it doesn't know that it's coming, and it literally lives free, dies free. So I think morally and ethically it's a much better thing to buy game meat.
Careful, careful, careful. Oh no.
Sustainable harvesting and simulating of predators. So if you're in areas where there's a lot of wild animals, we are talking about those genetic or strengthening the genetic pool, and one way is obviously to buy in new blood and new animals from different reserves and different areas. Then you're stopping the inbreeding of your own reserve. So that's one way, but if you don't have any big predators, you do have a stagnation of your populations as well. So you can then sustainably harvest, and in so doing you also are playing the role of predators, and it actually stimulates those populations to expand and keep the numbers going. So they do breed more if you harvest, as would predators who also harvest, and the farmers are never going to over harvest unless they're going to sort of change the whole idea of their farm. They will be doing sustainable harvesting and simulating of predators, which is important. Animals and humans need to die, and that's part of life, and if you can use it to keep the other or the rest of the population through monetary terms and protect these specific areas, there's a lot of advantages and kickbacks and everything to the entire region. It also brings in the communities in the area, and then they benefit from the wild animals that are on these reserves, and so it just makes sense all round, and we can't just be scared of death, because it is inevitable, and if we can use that death of these wild animals to our advantage and to grow the wilderness areas. Well, what could be better than that? Anyway, from our sustainable harvesting and chats around conservation, let's head on over to Lisa and see what conservation practices she would like to talk about.
Thank you, Rolf. Jeez, that was a mouthful. I don't know if I can talk about anything. You've pretty much covered everything. Whew. That was very, very educational, though. Thank you very much. I'm still watching all of our beautiful watering holes, and you will not believe it. It's not even that we missed elephants or anything like that. There has been no elephants today. Luckily, we've still got a little bit of time for Escape to Nature today. Woo! Let me just see. Look at this guy. Having the time of its life. I think it's the same foal that took a nap earlier on. Hi, beautiful. Oh, what an amazing animal. And I love how fluffy the foals are always. But yes, I've been keeping an eye on Djuma, Mshatu, as well as Okukoyo, and no elephants yet. Yes, I know. Throw a tantrum. I want to roll around in the soil and throw a tantrum too, little one. But now, of course, this is just a quick dust bath. You'll often see them doing this. And of course, for a smaller zebra, it is much easier to do it, as opposed to a big zebra rolling around. However, still possible. But yes, of course, I did ask the question earlier, where do you think we are going to see our first baby animal? Here in Djuma, at Okukoyo, or at Mshatu? So my bet was is at Djuma, we'll see a baby zebra. So I'm now just monitoring them, just waiting for birth. Because it's that easy. No, if only I wish it was that easy. But it is not. I will come back to the zebra now. Just quickly want to make sure we are not missing anyone at the water hole. Because as we've learned by now, that does happen. Where the animals just quickly go for a drink and then we miss them because we're distracted or fascinated by something else. I think the first zebra baby I see, whether it's here or at Okukoyo, at Mshatu, wherever, I think we shall name it Zoe or Xander. Not sure, sorry. This is a stallion. See that now? He's apparently just very poofy. Laurie, you would like to know how you tell the gender of a zebra. So it can be quite tricky if they are not showing the obvious genitalia, the males. But generally with a zebra, the stripe in between the hind legs, so this zebra with its rear end to us, I think would be a female. Because the female stripe in between is very, very thick. And then a male's is very, very thin. Almost looks like they are wearing some luring underwear, the males. But generally that is what you would go on. Because you can also, like that stallion we just had, I for a moment did think it was a mare that was pregnant. And then I saw the genitalia. But with zebras as well, in terms of their digestive system, you can't look at a zebra and say, okay, well, it's healthy by looking at the stomach. Because we all know by now they are very gassy animals. And they don't have poor digestion, but they are not as successful as your ruminants. So zebras have an extra organ called the cecum, which helps to break down the food even more. However, they cannot regurgitate their food, so it's not as successful as the other animals. But yes, then they would always sort of look bloated. So then with the zebras, generally what you use to indicate to yourself whether they are in a good condition or bad condition is the hair or the mane on top of their necks. So every now and again you'll see a zebra with like the hair actually lying down on the neck. Then you know generally that'll be an indication of something is wrong, whether it's sick or malnutritioned. Because any zebra you look at can always look bloated. As I said, that stallion we were just looking at earlier on, I honestly thought it was a pregnant mare, and then I saw its 5th leg and realized it is not a female. But this one closest to us, she's got beautiful markings. This one is a female, and I'm going to try to show you. Of course, you know, I can't see her stripe in between her hind legs, but there you can see the teats. So you can also see she's very pregnant, and hopefully we'll have a little one soon. Whereas opposed to the male, obviously you'll see something else. But she's got stunning markings on her, this one. Very, very beautiful. So for instance, this one is a young stallion. For those of you that did see that, the obvious genitalia. I did want to call it earlier when I saw him, because I saw the stripe in between the hind legs was rather faint, but often with foals it can also be a little bit confusing. Natalie, you would like to know something about their eyes, if I'm not mistaken. Can the stripes around a zebra's eyes affect their eyesight? No, I wouldn't say so. So zebras their eye structure is part of what we call the diurnal animals generally. So all of these animals that we see around, the zebras, the impalas, the warthogs even, all of these animals, for the most part that we know of, are active during the day. So they need their eyesight mostly during the day, which is why animals like these, even elephants and rhinos, you know, they've also got darker eyes, not necessarily black, but a dark brown. So that is just to sort of help them with the sunlight during the daytime, whereas your lions, your leopards, all of those animals have light eyes, and that is because they rely on their eyesight at night, which sort of, you know, makes it easier for them to spot the prey. But interestingly enough, while we are on that topic, who of you can tell me what is the color of a cheetah's eyes? Is it green? Is it brown? What do you guys think? What would be the color of a cheetah's eye? Is it like these animals we see? Is it like a leopards, a lions? What do you think? Jeez, you guys are full of oxpeckers. That's lovely. I mean, for you, I wouldn't like that, but whatever tickles your fancy or your tail. Jeez, the zebra's got like 6, 7 oxpeckers on her. So there you can see the stripe between the hind legs is rather thick as opposed to the males. So that is indeed a lady. Yes, you tell those birds to stop being annoying. I don't know how you lasted that long. Good afternoon, ladies. Coo. It's almost like she heard me. But luckily they cannot hear me. I think a lot of the animals would probably stay away from the dam cams if they heard me in real life. My one former colleague and friend, Ruan, used to say that you can always hear me from far away if I was approaching a sighting or something, and eventually I had to sort of teach myself to become more stealthy and silent. And then when I did do so, people would often ask me, what's wrong, why aren't you being loud? But then I said, you know, when I'm loud you complain, if I'm not loud you complain, so I don't know what to do anymore. But him himself was a very loud person. He's still a very loud person, so tit for tat. Oh, I want to see if we can see this birdie, but I don't think we will. There you are. I thought it's a hornbill. So it's the red-billed hornbill. It might be the male that's got a nest with a female and chicks inside, or eggs. I don't know if there's chicks yet. But I wonder what he's doing. He might be actually foraging for some food. I'll try to get us a closer view. Of course, it's a little bit tricky right under the tree. Just quickly want to observe this for a minute or two to see what he's doing. That's nice. He took off. Silly bird. We'll just check the nesting area. As I say, I don't know if it's that particular male with a wife and kids in the tree. I just quickly want to have a look, see, you never know. Just bear with me. I did not lose the camera or anything. I just want to see if it's going to actually come to this nesting site. might be another male then, or another female red-billed hornbill that we just saw. Not sure. I do not have all of these animals on social media. So I don't always get to know them that closely. Specifically something like a hornbill. Not to generalize or anything, but you know, those sort of animals do all more or less look alike, as opposed to, you know, as we've learned, hyenas, leopards, you can sort of start to tell them apart, get to know them. And I'm sure if you really go through or if you have the time and go through the effort, you can get to know each and every animal individually, but that would take a lot of time and a lot of effort and a lot of you paying attention. Because something like an impala, how would we tell them apart? Other than their horn structures, of course. It's not like they have different markings or anything like that. That is a male, for those of you that did not see. So I'm not sure if that was just a good stretch, or perhaps a purposeful dominance display, or intimidation display. A lot of other animals like elephants and buffaloes. The other day someone actually argued with me about elephants mating. They had sent us a picture, or sent me a picture, and in the caption they said elephants mating, and I said this is not mating, it's a dominance display, and they said no, it's definitely mating. But often animals such as elephants, buffaloes even, bulls will mount one another, and that's not necessarily mating, it's just a dominance display. So just like that impala was doing, I don't know if that was just a good stretch, or perhaps, you know, just purposefully showing who's the bigger male. What is happening here? You see, I can't see if this is a mare or stallion now, or if it's the youngster. It's a bit tricky to see from here. And again, just looking like this, I would say it's a pregnant mare, but I can't see. I don't have enough information. No, it seems like our fluffy foal. Not sure. Let's just have a look, so you never know. Yes, indeed, it does seem like our fluffy foal that has been rolling around, napping the whole day. Let's have a look at this female. Her breathing is quite heavy. And generally, as soon as an animal like this gives birth, you know, they'll sort of lie down, stand up, lie down, stand up. They're very uncomfortable. You can literally see the discomfort in their behavior. But how cool would that be if we were that lucky today? So I just want to observe over here just for a little bit. As we've seen today, a lot of the animals are in the shade. So it might just be that it's hot, that this mare is breathing that heavily. Just waiting for this fold to move so I can actually see her stomach. Because a lot of the times you can actually see when an animal has contractions before giving birth. And again, this is just wishful thinking. I mean, this zebra might give birth only in a month from now, so. But that is the cool thing about summer. It always keeps you on your toes. You never know what's going to happen. Specifically since we're still waiting for all of the babies. Elijah, yes, pretty much zebras are, and it's not that they struggle necessarily, they just are very gassy animals. As I've mentioned, they do have a cecum which helps them, but from what I know, yes, elephants, of course, elephants, zebras, elephants, rhinos just have not as successful digestion. Other animals are ruminants, so it's not like they have a problem with like gas or anything. They do have that extra organ that does assist them, but yes, to my knowledge, they are the most gassy animals in Africa. And again, just bear with me. I know you can't see the zebra's face, but I just want to pay attention to the stomach, because I'm not quite sure if she's just hot or in actual discomfort, but here you can see perfectly now her belly is very, very, very round. And it is tricky to see because, again, it's hot. So, you know, that might be why she's in discomfort. She keeps wriggling her skin, which of course they do, you know, to sort of get rid of the pests and the parasites and everything on them, just like the tail swishing. But she does look in a lot of discomfort. But again, you know, that could just be because of all the behavior, because she's hot.
A battle of the ages has begun. Now one guide reigns victorious. The rest covet his crown. Now, backed by popular demand, it's Animal Bingo. It's time for a shot at redemption to become the safari king or queen. Scores will be kept on a leaderboard and the ultimate winner will be crowned on Christmas Day. Catch the chaos and contention on every Saturday Sunset Safari. Bingo Saturdays.
Ali, I believe you were asking Annie. Okay. Why is the zebra twitching so much? Of course, there's a lot of ticks and parasites and flies and everything around that's irritating them. So that is why they will constantly be... Sorry, I'm just waiting for her to come around this tree. That is why they will constantly be flicking the tails, you know, shivering the skin and all of that, just to sort of try their best to get rid of it. I'm really going to throw a tantrum if the zebra is going to stay behind this tree now. Okay, but I do know what her neck markings look like, so I will definitely keep my eyes on her. Of course, she has now disappeared beyond this tree, or just behind this tree rather, I should say. But I will definitely keep an eye on her. You never know. So this is the the digestive mechanism I was speaking about with the other animals that are ruminants. While they are chilling, they can literally just regurgitate their food and then obviously get as much nutrients as possible from that food source, and also conserve their energy because they don't constantly have to move around, eat now. So it really does help them. I'm just going to see if our zebra has come around the tree yet. This guy is not a fond believer or firm believer in regurgitating today. He's making the most of his picnic time. Zebra, you are making my life difficult. She's literally just behind this tree again now. If it's her, but she seems to have carried on with feeding. So again, I will just keep an eye on them. Make sure we don't potentially miss anything. But if it's meant to be, it's meant to be. Right time, right place. Sometimes we are meant to see certain things for a reason, and sometimes we are meant to miss certain things for a reason. Alrighty, but let's take a look on the other side of the water hole and see what's happening there. Christina, you would like to know what part can we play when it comes to conservation? And thank you so much for this question, because people often think, when we talk about rescuing animals, not just animals directly, but when we think of rescuing the earth and helping the earth and helping with conservation, people tend to be intimidated because, I didn't study conservation, or I didn't study wildlife or anything. It's not about that. At the end of the day, we cease to remember that we're all on the same planet, and if we don't all start taking care of this planet, then sorry to say this, but we will perish. Because not once in history or in the future has Mother Nature needed us to survive. And there's literally nothing as a human being that we contribute to Mother Nature for her to, have to rely on and be dependent on that factor for her to, continue and thrive. In fact, I personally believe that Mother Nature and the earth and the planet will be much better without, human invasion, if you can call it that. And that sounds horrible, I know it does. And my mom and I often fight about this because she always tells me, how can you say that? But it's really something I didn't stop believing yesterday or the day prior. I've always believed this since I was a little girl, is that we don't do nearly enough for the earth. We don't realize nearly enough how close we are to destroying the planet if we don't start waking up. And again, coming back to your question, Christina, as people, we tend to think, okay, well, I'm not a conservationist, or I'm not a ranger, or I'm not a naturalist, or whatever the case is, therefore I can't make a difference. Yes, you can absolutely make a difference. And these are just differences just to helping human population, not necessarily directly the earth. Things like stop littering, because yes, that does help animals, especially birds and stuff. You know, the times that I've seen birds, you know, eat plastic and stuff like that, the footage that we've all seen, I'm sure you've all seen a lot of educational programs on this, and even just advertisements and stuff. It's sad, but even that dove, that pigeon, that animal, all of them play a crucial part in this ecosystem. So stop littering, stop wasting water. You know, a lot of us, and this is something I have had to teach my boyfriend when he's brushing teeth. Close the tap when you are brushing, because the toothbrush is in your mouth, not under the tap. So it sounds silly, but there are people that doesn't even have water to drink, and now we are wasting water for our toothbrush. So again, you know, it's small things that really, really, really make a difference. Stop littering, stop wasting water. Even I, to this day, have a very bad habit that I have to work on. When I'm washing dishes, you know, I make sure that I rinse it properly and an extra time just to make sure it's clean. If it's clean, you know. Something as simple as, instead of bathing, rather shower, because it takes so much less water. And again, you know, essentially this is in the bigger picture. It is all for Mother Nature. It is all for the animals. But we need to realize that animals, Mother Nature, everything will carry on without us. It's not going to have a problem. It's not going to have a challenge of, you know, thriving without the human population now, because we contribute so much. We contribute nothing. And this is something that is a very sensitive topic for people. Sorry, I'm just looking around to see if our zebra have come back. But this is a very sensitive topic for a lot of people, because people don't like to be told that we are doing wrong, or not even wrong, we are not doing enough right, or we are not helping enough, we are not taking enough responsibility as human beings. And I remember when I was working at Disney, this is also something that people hated hearing. And again, you know, this is not specific to a certain gender, certain nationality, nothing. We are all people, and we are all wrong when we do not take care of Mother Nature. So we really need to start doing better, to start just educating yourself. Even when you do that, just learning more, because I promise you, as soon as you know more about Mother Nature, you're going to want to learn more, and you're going to want to share more. And this is something I learn every day, still on a regular basis. The more I know, the more I want to know about animals. Like people like Rolf and like Andrew and Ben and Kelly and all of the wonderful naturalists. I promise you, there's not one day that goes by on Wild Earth that I do not learn something new. And whether it's something silly or something massive that, you know, astronomy or whatever that people don't often think about, it's still so interesting to learn. And then as soon as I learn about it, I want to know more about it. So yes, to answer your question in short, that is what we can do for conservation, Christina. Another thing that I also want to touch on, and Mom, if you are watching, I highly doubt it, but if you are watching, this one's for you. Stop killing spiders and bugs. I remember the one day we had a mouse in our house, and the one cat had chased the mouse into the house and just left it. So this mouse was still very much alive, and I promise you, I spent probably a good hour to get the mouse out from behind the TV cabinet. And so eventually, when, you know, it came out and everything, my mom was insistent on us killing the mouse. And eventually, I just caught the mouse and I let it back into the garden. And my mom threw such a fit, because she said, "Why are you doing that? It's just going to come back in the house." And I had to give my mom this massive lecture. What are these two doing? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Alrighty then. Speaking of, saving the different populations. That was very odd. I've never seen that. But anyway, she was so adamant on killing the mouse, as opposed to just letting it free. And I say to her mom, at the end of the day, that mouse's ancestors were here before you and I. And again, a lot of people are going to disagree with me, and that is fine. You are your own person with your own mind and your own decisions. But at the end of the day, it's going to cost us nothing to take care of Mother Nature. It's going to cost us a lot if we do not. So, of course, bugs, spiders, all of that. My boyfriend hates spiders. He will kill one if he sees one. And we've gone through quite a few disagreements, with it. Because I will just leave it. I have no problem with a spider or a bug or anything. As I say, except a centipede and a solifuge. That is a no-no. You can live in the garden. But something like a mouse, for instance. These speakers are rather entertaining today. Sorry, got a bit distracted there. I'm just trying to keep an eye open for the zebra. But something like a mouse, for instance, then people say, okay, fine, I won't kill it myself. Let me just put out poison. Yes, fair enough. Put out the poison. What eats the mouse? An owl. Or a snake. So essentially, instead of just taking care of one animal, in your opinion, you have now killed 2 animals. Or, in fact, let's make it interesting. A snake eats the mouse. And what can eat the snake? The owl. Now you've killed 3 animals. Just because you don't like mice. And then, believe it or not, a domestic dog can eat the owl. My uncle and them used to live on a plot, which is like a farm. We call it a plot in South Africa. And he had Rottweilers. And the Rottweilers it was 2 of the weirdest things. They had 2 delicacies. One is frogs and the other one was owls, believe it or not. I don't know how they got the owls, but every now and again they did get an owl. So, scenario, you've now poisoned the mouse, you've also poisoned the snake, you've also poisoned the owl, and perhaps you've also now poisoned your own dog. I'm not saying if you do have a Rottweiler or whatever. I'm just trying to paint a picture for all of you, for us to understand, just sort of give us a better understanding. A lot of the times when we think we are helping ourselves, we are not just not helping ourselves, we are hurting Mother Nature, but in the process of doing so, hurting ourselves. All of the trees that we cut down to create new businesses, new buildings. Fair enough, the planet's going to be full of buildings one of these days. But I don't know about you guys, but I have not yet been educated on a building that provides oxygen to humans and to the planet. So it's yes, you can if we started this topic at the start of Escape to Nature, I promise you I would keep you busy until the end of Sunset Safari tonight. Because just within, people tend to think, okay, well, you're a naturalist or you're a wildlife enthusiast or whatever the case is, a conservationist. So your whole family must be, steadfast behind you, as well, and your friends and everyone that know you. No! Sometimes it's difficult even, just to not convert, but even just persuade people to think differently. And it really does start at home. But as I say, with regards to conservation, with regards to what we can do, just start with the small things. Start by educating yourself. Start by sharing that knowledge that you now have read on or read up on about. You know, just share it with someone, and that person is also going to share it. Because as soon as we are aware of something, we want to share it. And as soon as you are aware of a problem, you want to do something about it. But perhaps that is also our other problem. We just stare ourselves blind, and we don't recognize that it is in fact us that are the problems. At the end of the day, this impala, that mouse that I was just talking about, the elephants that are yet to arrive, the zebra, all of these animals, you know, they didn't ask to be here, they are just here, and they adapt and they carry on. So it really, really does come down to us. Alright, I'm just going to take one last look around, see if anything is here after my preaching session. I'm also not sure where Dewey went. I know he got out last night, but I'm not sure where he went. Perhaps to Twin Dams, perhaps our awesome naturalists will see it this afternoon, or see him this afternoon on on Sunset Safari. But it was nice of him to grace us with his presence yet again. Come on, leopard. Come on, lion, elephant. You see, now I'm being greedy again. No, we've had a brilliant day. We've seen beautiful things. I have to say, I am so impressed with the secretary bird chicks. I've never seen them for myself in real life, so I'm very jealous of Andrew. And yes, we've just seen some amazing things today. What is that? It's a bird. I thought for a moment it's an insect of some sort. And then we saw a jackal in Okukuyo, which was awesome. Probably made a few people deaf again when I saw that. Where's the zebra? I really need the zebra to come out from its tree. You will see me throwing a tantrum of note if that zebra gives birth and we are not there to witness it. Zebra! I need the zebra in my life. Now that I know about the zebra, I'm not gonna... No, I will. I will still pay attention to our other beautiful locations and water holes. But she has literally just gone behind this tree now, and I'm not sure if it's to rest or if it's to give us a new zebra. But that's just wishful thinking, probably. Just want to see, the other day I did see some of my favorite flowers that is only around in summertime. Now the other question is, will the camera work with me? That's the closest I'm going to be able to get. So you see that pink blotch? That is actually a flower. It's called a devil's thorn. So, yes, it's actually a very fascinating flower. I'm sure you have been shown by other naturalists on safari. And of course, it is a little bit tricky for me to just show you virtually. But they are very, very cool flowers. So it's called the devil's thorn due to the fact that they have two very pointy thorns. And if you step in that, you are going to shout like the devil. But they've got super fascinating branches or leaves. So when you wet them, it actually becomes like a very slimy, sticky, sort of soapy situation. And it's odorless, so... You know, if you are very sensitive to certain smells, it will not be a bother at all because, as I said, it just becomes a sticky substance. Goodness. And you can actually wash your hands with it. But very cool. This is the one thing I miss about actively guiding in the bush. You know, all the smells, the noises. But how cool is it that we still get to observe all of these animals in their natural habitat without them knowing we are here. Henry, so again, this boils down to I think the mysteries that we are still to engage with and learn about on animal senses. So, if I'm understanding correctly, you are asking, you know, which plants are safe for animals to eat. So, I think they definitely smell it. Definitely. And I mean, there are animals that definitely know, okay, well, this is something dangerous, but I know my body can, you know, sort of handle it. For instance, and I know you are asking about plants now, but I'm going to paint a bigger picture for you. A hyena and a vulture, and a marabou stork for that matter. They are, of course, scavengers. They clean off carcasses. They can even digest rotten meat, you know, infected meat, stuff like that. How does that animal know that? Is it instinct? Has it been carried over for generations? Same with plants. Vervet monkeys will not eat poisonous plants. Their digestive system is very similar to ours. Whereas baboons eat anything. They will eat. I've seen a baboon eat rotten meat, poisonous plants, stuff like that. So we often joke and say, if you're ever in a survival situation, you know, always just pay attention to the vervet monkeys because whatever they eat is safe to eat for us. But yes, you are asking a very brilliant question. How do they know?
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube And in addition, there are cut downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
I'm telling you, you must hear my song. I'm going to throw a tantrum. It's happening if the zebra has a baby and we don't see it. And again, you know, this is just me being hopeful, wishing that we do see it, and just speculating, you know, that she might have had contractions, but I might be farther, you know, I might be very, very wrong. Nothing could be further from the truth. But it's always good just to observe the animals. Rather observe them and see nothing as opposed to, you know, thinking, oh, it's nothing, and then you potentially miss something. What is that? Oh, I'm going to show you now. From afar, it looks like a head with 2 ears there. Alrighty, well, I'm going to have a pep talk with our zebra, and I'm going to ask her nicely to come out from behind the tree and just, you know, if she's ready to share it with us, then she can do so. But in the meantime, I'm going to send you over to Andrew, who is hopefully not as crazy as I am.
Carla now at the moment on a road called Gush Road, that leads up to Old Bay Road, which is a very historical road on the reserve, and we've got a beautiful landscape out here at the moment. It's definitely one of many favorites of my places here to drive in Amakhala. Nice and open, surrounded by beautiful hills and riverlines. Very different weather that we're having. A bit of wind, as well as some cloud that's This is a great place to view elephants, and they do spend a lot of time out here. I haven't seen them in a while now, but I do know they've been hanging around the Bushman's River close to Hills Neck. Okay, while we're admiring this beautiful landscape, we're going to send you back to Lisa in Djuma.
Thank you, Andrew. Beautiful view you have there, I do believe. The wind was a little bit rough. Don't blow away. Anchor yourself to your vehicle. Trying to have a look, see what this birdie is. Oh, it's a starling. The light is not great to show you its coloration. Ah. Okay, I'm going to try one last time to look for our zebra. I'm adamant. Very, very adamant. And if by all means, you know, she's just taking a little doo-doo, what we call in Afrikaans for a nap, that's fine. Rest, Mom. If you need to rest, rest. Just don't you dare have that baby without us. Ooh, I'm still waiting for some answers now that I'm thinking of it. For what color is a cheetah's eye? And please don't go research it, just guess. You know, of course there are cats. So of course leopards have green eyes. Lions have a sort of yellow eye. So yes, do let me know. What do you think is the color of a cheetah's eye? Eyes. Doesn't have two different colored eyes. Janet, you would like to know if there's any birds that are colorblind. No, to my knowledge there are not. I don't want to answer this with absolute certainty because it feels like a trick question. But no, birds actually have that beautiful coloration, you know, specifically the males often that we see, like a peacock, for instance. If you don't know what a female peacock looks like, please go research that. They are dull as the day. But no, birds use that, their colorations, their patterns, all of that for defense mechanisms, but also mainly for attraction purposes. So like humans, you know, where it's generally the ladies that like to dress up and get pretty. Generally with birds, apparently that's all they have going for them. Their pickup lines suck. And it's not very often that you'll see impalas lying down like this one, you know, all the way with its head on the ground. So it must be very exhausted. Or perhaps, I assume, yes, you can see he's breathing heavily. You can see the movement of the horns. So it must be very, very hot there, I take it. Because that puts him in a very vulnerable position. So again, if you look at this scene, why is that one impala standing up? Why are they all looking in different directions? Is it something that was taught to them? Is it just pure instinct? Is it just something that happens? They know? Do they even do it on purpose? Because of course, you know, that big ram, he's now in a very vulnerable position, but he's got eyes on both sides. So did he sort of employ those two youngsters as, I'm the head boy, you guys need to keep a lookout for me, or what is happening here? And again, you know, we can speculate as much as we would like. We'll never fully know. Oh, okay. Everyone's resting now. But again, you know, opposite directions are being watched. Just bear with me, I'm trying to play peekaboo with our zebra for one last time. So my director is telling me we've got some answers from all of you wonderful people for the cheetah question that I asked. What color is a cheetah's eyes? Bob Champion, you are saying cheetahs have brown eyes, if I'm not mistaken. Brown eyes. Who of you agree with Bob Champion? Sorry. You see, there's also some animals that can give us babies. Do it. Lenny, you are saying amber eyes. Yellow amber eyes. I'm going to wait for one more answer and then I will reveal the answer. Julie, you are saying also brown. So yes, cheetahs have a very sort of red brownish color to their eyes. And the reason for that is they are mostly active in the daylight, as opposed to lions and leopards that have a massive advantage during the night. So yes, thank you for partaking in that challenge. It's always interesting because people tend to think, okay, well, it's a cat, so it must be able to, be adapted to see well at night. But not at all. Go do yourself a favor and go research cheetah eyes. Very, very fascinating, very beautiful. But yes, as always, thank you so much for enduring my silliness today and partaking in all of our questionnaires and all of our scavenger hunts, with finding the different animals. And of course, chatting to us about conservation. I know for myself and Rolf specifically, that is a very, very big thing that we love to talk about. Of course, Andrew as well. I think Andrew was too busy with these adorable chicks. I'm so jealous, Andrew. But yes, we've had a beautiful day. Can you believe? I think this is my first escape to nature without one elephant. We did not have one elephant sighting today, which is sad, but again reminds us that Mother Nature is not here for our pleasure. We are mere visitors, and we are very privileged to be doing so. It's not our right to observe Mother Nature and to enjoy and experience her. It's an absolute privilege. So yes, thank you so much for joining us today on Escape to Nature. Thank you for all of your questions, your comments, for literally just enjoying everything with us, even when, we just took some time, listened to the beautiful calls, the beautiful sounds, the beautiful noises. And of course, you've had to listen to my noisy voice a lot today. But as always, thank you so much for joining us on Escape to Nature today. We hope to see you tomorrow, same time, same place. And of course, you're more than welcome to stay tuned for Penguin Beach and then our beautiful sunset safari. But from myself, Lisa, Andrew, and Rolf, thank you so much for a beautiful day on Escape to Nature. We have had a lot of fun, and I'm now going to sit and watch and see if the zebra is going to come out. But again, thank you so much for joining us. It's really been a beautiful day. And please do stay tuned for Penguin Beach. I'll see all of you beautiful people again tomorrow.